guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A federal judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to dismiss his case involving classified documents. Former President Trump argued that the case should be thrown out under the protection of the Presidential Records Act. However, the judge stated in her ruling that the charges Trump sought to dismiss were not dependent on this statute. During a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday, President Biden expressed his concern regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for the Prime Minister, stated that the Israeli government is diligently addressing the crisis.
We all agree that there has to be minimal civilian suffering, minimal civilian casualties in Gaza, and we're working taking unprecedented steps to reach these goals.
President Biden specifically addressed the recent airstrikes that resulted in the deaths of 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, deeming them unacceptable. He urged Israel to initiate negotiations for a ceasefire. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week, with the possibility of more to come. Layoffs are on the horizon for Amazon. USA's Corey Myers has more.
Amazon says it's cutting hundreds of jobs in its cloud computing unit, AWS, as part of what they call a strategic shift. The tech team that oversees the actual physical Amazon stores will lose a few hundred people, plus several hundred roles in the AWS sales, marketing, and global service organization.
Thieves stole $30 million from a cash storage facility in Sylmar, Los Angeles on Easter Sunday. The facility, which serves businesses across Southern California, was targeted by an experienced burglary crew. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Meteorologists are forecasting an extremely active hurricane season ahead. Colorado State University researchers anticipate 23 named storms and 11 hurricanes, with 5 potentially reaching major Category 3 or higher status. The increased activity is attributed to unusually warm waters in the tropical Atlantic and a probable shift to a La Niña climate pattern. The hurricane season begins on June 1st. Bill Clinton plans to publish a memoir titled Citizen, My Life After the White House later this year, recounting his experiences since leaving the presidency. He describes it as a narrative of his 23-plus years post-Oval Office, featuring the stories of individuals who influenced him as he aimed to impact their lives. The book is scheduled for release on November 19th, 2 weeks following this year's presidential election. Another Alabama hospital plans on stopping all IVF treatments by the end of this year. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
On Wednesday, Mobile Infirmary said it will no longer be able to offer in vitro fertilization services due to litigation concerns surrounding the treatment. This after Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that anyone who destroys frozen embryos can be held liable for wrongful death.
Disney Plus is following in the footsteps of its competitor Netflix. In a CNBC interview Thursday, Disney CEO Bob Iger announced that the streaming service will begin implementing measures to curb password sharing beginning this summer. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. It must be showtime. So here we are. We'll flip the magic breaker. Cue the action. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed. Hey, a Friday coming on. TGIF, are you ready for the weekend? Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Got a few clouds outside the secret bunker tonight. Another chilly night, 38 degrees. I was talking to Minnie this past day about probably getting close to time to, change our commercial breaks up where the everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. I mean, winter's supposed to be winding down, but lo and behold, we'll give you the breakdown coming up here for folks out west. Believe it or not, they're telling California residents an unusually cold storm is going to push through the region And you may actually see some of the coldest temperatures you have seen the entire winter season coming up as we head through the weekend. That means snow over the passes in Southern California. Uh-oh. So it's going to be a big travel weekend. I know, it's not a holiday weekend. What are you talking about? It's eclipse weekend. Travelers begin to head out starting today. Millions they expect will be converging toward the totality zone Saturday and Sunday to be all set for the big event Monday. And based on the forecast, I wonder how many people are actually going to get to witness it anyway. A lot of cloud cover in the forecast. We'll delve more into that here in a bit, though. But first things first, hope you've had a great week. Lots to cover as we get set for a brand new day. Working our way from time zone to time zone into the 5th day of April. How about we start with the big nor'easter, which continues to drop snowfall in the Northeast. The numbers have really been adding up. This storm continues to deliver one of the heaviest snowfalls of the winter season for the northern portions of the northeastern USA. Of course, the skiers are kind of jumping for joy. Travelers, not necessarily. And a lot of folks are without power. And if you don't have a generator, having a difficult time keeping the place warm, right? Winds have been 40, 60 miles per hour and higher, especially along the coastal areas of Maine and the mountains of northern New England. Gusts up to 80 miles per hour. They had warned for several days that power outages in the region could be extensive and long-lasting. It's going to be difficult for the crews to get out there where the trees and the slushy snow blocks the roadways. Some of the numbers we have at this point from poweroutage.us as of Thursday afternoon, 2/3 customers were without power. Nearly 350,000 were without power in the state of Maine alone. Snow had been coming down profusely in many areas. Visibility had actually dipped to near zero at times on Thursday morning. Snow had already topped the 1 foot mark in portions of Maine and the mountains of New Hampshire, Vermont, and upstate New York as of midday Thursday, which more will be falling on into early Friday. In much of the central Appalachians, all the mid-Atlantic coast, and the southern New England coast, temperatures too warm for any accumulating snow there, but the drenching rain did cause its share of problems. Street and stream flooding in the hills and mountains from Massachusetts and Connecticut to the southern tier of New York, parts of northern and western Pennsylvania, western Maryland, and as far south as West Virginia. You would see a little bit of snow at times, mainly accumulations on the non-paved surfaces. Now, from Indiana to Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, some showery showers in nature, very scattered through the evening hours. And what I'm seeing tonight, just a few spotty showers kind of hanging on in eastern Ohio. A little more spotty shower activity, even some snow in northern Pennsylvania. It's light snow. And we've got more organized rain from between Nashville and Knoxville. It is raining in the Knoxville area at this hour. Tonight's travel along 75. You get down toward Jellicoe, you may even see a few flakes of snow flying there. Meanwhile, the combination of strong winds and high tides indeed resulted in some flooding in eastern New England, and that will continue on into Friday morning. But the big travel weekend, all right, with the likelihood of millions of people traveling to view the total solar eclipse Monday. Many may face some adverse weather conditions on their journey. Forecasters do expect weather will play a role in some areas, not only when viewing the eclipse, but especially for the post-eclipse travelers. Now, in addition to cloud cover, since masses of people will be outdoors, they've kind of broke down the region. Of course, we're going from Texas all the way up into New England, the path of totality. Yeah, severe thunderstorms can be particularly dangerous for people camping outside near that path of totality. If you're not in a well-built structure, of course, risks can be amplified in rural areas with more limited infrastructure. And that's what a lot of people are going to be doing, heading to various parks and areas to camp out to be prepared for Monday. We'll start with the interior Northeast and break down other areas of the country through our Friday morning. But wintry conditions, as we're seeing, are in store for people traveling to that zone of totality over the interior Northeast for Friday and Saturday. In the wake of the big snowstorm over the northern tier of the Northeast, motorists may have to contend with some locally heavy rain and wet snow showers, sudden reduced visibility, wet roads as we start the weekend. Temperatures, you're going to have to, if you're going to be camping out in that region, you're going to have to bundle up. Wind chills will be in the teens and 20s at times from the eastern Great Lakes region on into Saturday. So packing warm clothes if you're going to be spending a few days in the towns and cities in that region. Some of the best weather for spending time outdoors in that region will actually be Sunday, where you'll see some areas of sunshine and light winds. At the moment, looking to Monday, the day of the eclipse, despite milder conditions and more seasonable temperatures for early April, moisture in the form of clouds and maybe a few showers may cause a problem in many areas of the interior Northeast. Other zones, as I say, will break down. We've got the mid-Mississippi and the Ohio Valley regions, that zone from Texas through Oklahoma. And even what about the drive home Monday evening into Tuesday? Just be aware there's going to be exceptionally more traffic out there for those moving the freight on the weekends, where you would typically see lighter travel. Nonetheless, underway here on a Friday. Philly Dan says TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Hey, from Roy, Pappy's on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Yes, indeed, it's the midnight hour. TGIF for the final time this week. Steve throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, transmitting to you live somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hotshot Secret Bunker. It is showtime. 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit them digits and stay bill your lane, or you're going to get run over by the overnight drive radio frequencies traveling at almost the speed of light. We're 38 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. So throw another log on the fire, heat up that cup of joe, and snuggle up with whomever or whatever. Or you can be like Big Ed. Can't find them, grind them. A shout out to the two-time world champion grandfather, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, and by all means, prayers out for the Lone Ranger. The nocturnal listeners have your six there, Ranger. Pap says, pretty simply, good morning, everybody. Hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew, be safe. Have a great weekend. All right. Marianne is in the house. Rock Pick checks in. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, a little bit of light snow and misty conditions, 34 degrees. But happy Friday, all you hard-working Americans. Have a great weekend. If you got one, watch out for the other driver and stay safe, as always. Good morning from Granite City, Illinois. There's Brian Ludwig. Everybody have a great night, indeed. Dan says, hello, there's Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Weather today was more like winter. So hopefully everyone's safe on the big roads tonight. Going to be ordering a shirt from your page in the morning. overnightdriveradio.com, that is. Thank you very much. Praying for Lone Ranger. Thank you to all the professional drivers behind the wheel for keeping us stocked up on the shelves. Hello to Zorro. Good morning. I'm not going to talk about Atlanta's warm weather. Good night to all. Buckeye Boy we'll get to here, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 50 at this hour, but it's going down, getting colder. Yeah, got to get up in a few hours to play some golf, and it's going to be a chilly day, but yeah, should warm up to a tolerable temperature. They're talking mid-50s by the time we get to the back nine. I'll be playing with Wildcat, her sister, and her husband. Then it's out to dinner for Wildcat's birthday with the family and friends. Hoping to have a good time. Got all the seafood and fixins for the seafood boil we're going to be doing on Saturday. It's going to be some good eating. So have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. All right, enjoy that. Sounds like I've never done the big seafood boil thing. It looks wonderful to me, though. It's just the only problem is my wife, she can't stand seafood. We're opposites in that category. Hello to Shorty, I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia, 40 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Arizona window truck in Kansas City tonight. There's Russell, Dayton, Ohio, 37 degrees. Hope all is well at the secret bunker. Keeping everybody in the prayers, especially for Ranger there. You all truckers, keep it between the ditches. May God bless you through all your travels. Steve, blame the weather on the eclipse that's coming, right? Everybody have a great weekend. So again, it is 844-844-3388 underway, a Friday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Debbie, who's out there on the road tonight with her better half, a.k.a. the Woodpecker. 39 degrees, going up to 45 today here in Indiana. Yes, I am on spring break. And we will also be out on Monday for the eclipse. We're in the part of the state where the eclipse will be in totality. So hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver whom I'm riding with this morning. Have a fantastic Friday and a wonderful weekend. All right, safe travels out there. Update from Baltimore. It's pretty encouraging news, actually. It almost appears they are making some progress a lot quicker than many may have anticipated. The only maritime shipping terminal currently operating in the port of Baltimore is preparing, they tell us, to process an influx of ships as crews continue clearing the mangled wreckage of the Key Bridge. TradePoint Atlantic will unload and process an estimated 10,000 vehicles over the next 15 days, according to the company's statement. That includes 6 regularly scheduled ships and 9 others redirected as access to the port's main terminal right now is blocked, posing a logistics nightmare. But crews, as we know earlier this week, opened a second temporary channel on Tuesday. That one's too shallow for most of the commercial vehicles. The two alternate channels are meant primarily to aid in the cleanup effort. Work continues, though, to open a third channel that will allow larger vessels to pass through the bottleneck and restore more commercial activity. Meanwhile, in recent days, bad weather's kind of been hindering the salvage efforts. The river is very murky, severely limiting the visibility of divers. Senator Ben Cardin, who accompanied the governor in meetings with potential loan applicants, said he has spoke with truck drivers, those that relied on the port to supply their cargo. They're among those feeling the immediate economic effects here, but the ripple effects will continue and pretty widespread, especially for the small businesses, which that's kind of the growth engine of our nation. But if indeed they can get that third passage opened up for the larger vessels, and sounds like that is the plan. Good to have you on board. What do we got? One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Where have you been,
So
Captain
you ready
Ron?
for I was off last week.
Okay.
So haven't had much to say, and then you were at some, I don't know, little get together in Louisville somewhere or something.
Yeah,
what
we
I
did.
heard. So my sister left yesterday she lives down around Fort Myers, Florida, and they're driving up to Niagara Falls. I don't know where that falls in the path of totality.
Yeah.
Then they're going to drive to Michigan to see some of the fam and then fly back. But that'd be a pretty big chance of waste of money if the weather doesn't cooperate, wouldn't it?
I would certainly think. I mean, I guess you could have a good time regardless, but but if everybody, I mean, the idea is to be able to witness the actual eclipse, the sun being encroached on by the moon. That's what everybody wants to see.
Yeah, I get it, I guess. It's just, it's like all the launches over in Cape Canaveral. I can see them from my house over on the other coast, but it would be my luck. I would drive the 3 hours there to get close to it, and then it'd be scrubbed or something like that.
Yeah.
So I haven't bothered to even see one of those yet. It's on my bucket list. I'd really like to see one, but I was in the library the other day, and they were giving away those glasses for the eclipse.
Right.
To me, they just look like the cheap paper ones that you get at the movies for the 3D.
That's kind of what they look like. Obviously, the lenses are the lenses are the key. But yeah, I did see them up at my local convenience store they were like $4 a pair.
Well, would you trust that to look at the sun? You know what I mean? I don't know how much faith I would put in those. Because, it only takes just a little bit to do serious damage. I don't know if I would trust some of those.
I do know that, authorities have been talking about there are what they call the cheap Chinese knockoffs or fake eclipse glasses. There are some telltale things they said to look for to determine whether your eclipse glasses are knockoffs.
And then I've heard of, welder's goggles or helmets, but have you ever looked out of those? Have you ever tried looking out through welder's goggles?
I have not, no.
They're very dark. And I think if I had some of those, I think I'd end up just flipping it up and looking at it with my bare eyes. It would be so dark you wouldn't be able to see anyway. But did you stock up on toilet paper and bread and all that for this event?
No, we actually, life as normal in the Summers household. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be sleeping anyway, but I'm obviously not going to get anything here in Florida. I don't even know if it would be kind of like the last one. I couldn't even tell. You know, I didn't look for the sun, but just looking outside, it didn't look any different to me.
Correct.
But anyway, I can see you're up against the clock, but what do you get if you've got a brown chicken and a brown cow in the barnyard?
A ground chicken and a ground cow. I don't know. What is it?
Brown, like...
Oh, brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah,
I don't know. What is it?
Brown chicken, brown cow.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks for taking my call, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for reminding us we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week, indeed. So jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden expressed his dissatisfaction with the humanitarian conditions in Gaza during a 30-minute phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
The results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable.
Blinken said the president urged Netanyahu to outline tangible measures aimed at mitigating civilian casualties and ensuring the safety of aid workers within Israel. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week. The only thing that can ruin the eclipse on April 8th? Clouds, and some are expected to show up. Texas and Ohio might not be the best spots, thanks to the weather forecast that is calling for significant cloud cover. John Schaefer, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it on a Friday at 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers sent me a little link this past day. I mentioned last evening that they're going to be launching some rockets from the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia in association with the eclipse. It will be 3 Black Brant 4 sounding rockets for the atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path. Scheduled to launch from that facility, the launch window opens on Monday at 2:40 p.m. Eastern, launching one rocket about 45 minutes before totality, another during totality, and the third after the peak local eclipse. The sounding rockets, they explain, will study how the Earth's upper atmosphere is affected when sunlight momentarily dims over a portion of the planet. So the targeted launch times, 2:40 p.m., 3:20 p.m., and 4:05 p.m. They may be subject to change. They will be live streamed on the Wallops YouTube page starting about 2:30. Now, weather permitting, this might be visible for some as well. The launches may be visible in the Mid-Atlantic region. Now, remember to always wear your safety or eclipse glasses when looking at the sun. But for the Wallops area, the eclipse will begin around 2:06 p.m. They're in the 81% of sunlight being blocked out. Peak time at like 3:23 p.m. They do say you're invited to the NASA Wallops Visitor Center Monday to view the sounding rocket launches and the partial eclipse. Gates to the Visitor Center will be open from 1 to 5 p.m. They'll close once the parking lot capacity has been reached. But for those traveling to the visitor centers, all vehicles must fit within a standard parking spot for this event. No large, oversized vehicles or buses will be allowed entry. But they will be offering solar-related activities. The NASA sounding rocket experts will be answering questions, and Globe program host expert Brian Campbell will be showing people how to collect data during the eclipse using the Observer app. Eclipse glasses and pinhole viewers will be available during the event while supplies last. They say food trucks will be on site, serving food and drinks. All right, crab cakes, hamburgers, hot dogs, barbecue, water ice. While this combined viewing event is exciting for some, it may not be ideal for all. A designated sensory-friendly quiet area will be available at the Wallops Visitor Center for guests. That supervised quiet area will include dimmed lighting, seating, a reflection area, and touch items for guests to explore. So that would be pretty cool. Yeah, Horse Feathers has sent me the link of how far inland those rockets will be visible. I don't have that link before me here, but for many, many miles there in and around the East Coast, we'll be able to see those rockets going up on Monday. So kind of an added bonus, but you won't be in the totality zone. No one in the totality zone will be able to see those rockets going up. Real quick, before we get back to your calls, more on our travelers' weather for the big eclipse weekend, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. We touched on the Northeast. Let's take a look. Friday, Saturday, for the mid-Mississippi and the Ohio Valley zone, which will be in that path of totality. Friday to Saturday, kind of the best for local travelers and spending time outdoors in the zone from Arkansas to Indiana. It's going to be kind of brisk for the day ahead, chilly in the Ohio Valley. Southerly winds will pick up on Saturday towards Arkansas, but dry weather will prevail, according to AccuWeather. Weather conditions will likely deteriorate in that zone Sunday as a front pushes through from the high plains with some showers and thunderstorms. Those spending time outdoors, especially in tents or campers, should know that even a garden variety thunderstorm can produce lightning strikes and brief wind gusts with little notice. Latest indications are that part of this zone will probably remain kind of unsettled with clouds, some showers, thunderstorms on Eclipse Day. The situation could escalate in a few locations to the point that downpours persist and lead to some urban and small stream flooding. Now, flash flooding is especially a concern on Monday in a zone from western Tennessee to northern Louisiana, including parts of southeast Arkansas. Campers should be aware of the risk of rapid water surges that can occur along creeks and small rivers. Enough of a push of dry air may occur to cause clouds to exit in portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Missouri, northwest and central Arkansas, and maybe western Kentucky in time for the eclipse on Monday. All these forecasts subject to change, as they say, but because we're still several days away. All right, I believe, is it Red checking in this morning on a Friday? Hello, Red.
Hey, hi, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. Are you ready for the big eclipse?
Oh, yeah. We're south of Pittsburgh. I don't think we'll see much of it,
Yeah,
but,
right.
In response to Sundunce's call last night, I was at the eye doctor's a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him, what exactly physiologically happens if you look at the eclipse. And he said it burns holes in your retina.
Mm-hmm.
So you virtually be blind, like similar to macular degeneration, where you have all these dark spots,
Absolutely.
blind spots. Yeah, so that's not a good idea.
In a matter of seconds, you can have permanent eye damage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, irreversible.
Correct.
And those glasses, they have, I think it's AOS certified, American Optical Society certified. There's a certification on the good glasses.
Okay.
I guess the Chinese knockoffs don't have that. So, but boy, you have patience, I'll tell you. For your callers, oh my God. Yeah, you're really a good guy, Steve.
Well, thank you, Red. Everything else going
It
well?
doesn't get your blood pressure. What's that?
Everything else going well in your world?
Oh yeah. We have a house up in the mountains. We're just waiting to go up there. We flooded out. We have to drive through a creek to get there, and it went up to 9 feet, so we're waiting.
Yeah.
We spend most of the summer up there, yeah. So, okay. Well, thanks for taking my call, and prayers for Lone Ranger. He sounds like he's tough as nails. Hope he'll be okay.
The positive attitude, they always say, is key if you're going to fight something like that. And indeed, at least right now, let me see. The fake eclipse glasses, all right, from the Columbus Dispatch. And this is pretty much the Associated Press story, which was shared by media outlets all over the country. It turns out some of those solar eclipse specials may actually be too good to be true. While the once-in-a-generation event will bring with it unique activities and offerings, consumer watchdogs are warning, beware of con artists looking to take advantage of all the excitement. Eclipse scammers will attempt to play on a person's natural fear of missing out. According to John Broylt, who helps run fraud.org. Now, the eclipse has all the ingredients of an event that scammers will seek to profit off of. In this one-time event, so there is some urgency to it. And eclipse scammers are preying on the fear of missing out people. To view the eclipse, you need the special pair of glasses to make sure you don't damage your eyes. Reflecting back in 2017, the market was flooded with questionable shades. Now, at least one complaint regarding fake glasses was filed with the Better Business Bureau back in 2017. The person filing the complaint wrote that he or she spent more than $500 on eclipse glasses that were made in China and did not appear to meet the safety requirements. Eclipse glasses must meet the SO 12312-2 international standard for looking directly at the sun. Looking directly at the sun without the proper eyewear can severely damage a person's eyes. Hello? Stick to reputable businesses or verified sellers online. As far as online goes, probably too late now unless you tried to order something on Amazon with the Prime. It's difficult, obviously, to know whether a pair of glasses has been properly tested, but it's not worth anybody hurting their eyes. Just looking directly at the sun for a fraction of a second could damage an eclipse watcher's retinas. Those are the scientific facts. I mean, these are your eyes we're talking about. Maybe you don't want to give your money to some guy who just bought a bunch of eclipse glasses from China. Maybe you want to buy from people who support that kind of stuff and don't want to hoodwink anybody. For the scammers, though, they say another warning sign that you watch out for is if a retailer of glasses claims their specs are somehow approved by NASA. Yet NASA does not sign off on any of the eyewear. Now, the Astronomical Society actually published a list of vendors that are selling proper eyewear, to include some of your common retail stores like Kroger stores, Meijer, and Walmart. They make the list. All vendors have provided documentation that their glasses are tried and true, and manufacturers have confirmed they've supplied glasses to the retailer. Okay, this is out of Columbus. They said the Columbus Metro Library started giving away eclipse glasses back on March the 18th, as long as supplies lasted at all the library locations. The downtown Columbus, the COSI, is selling packs of eclipse glasses. Various bundles are available, starting at 30 pairs for $75. All the way up, you could buy like 1,000 pair for $2,500. And that's where many of these retailers, they'll buy the 1,000 pair for $250 a pair and sell them for $4 or $5. Double your money. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There was one other tidbit for these. You think you may be picking up the knockoff glasses. Yeah, they say just take a look. The fonts and the graphics will usually be off a bit. Yeah, the packaging probably not as high quality as the real thing. Yeah, the packaging may also look shoddy or like it was made on a home printer. Yeah, there's some of the signs that those glasses might be fake. See what's happening with Brain Dead on a Friday. Oh, it's back to work, isn't it?
Gee, aren't you a ray of sunshine on a cloudy eclipse?
Sorry.
Yeah. What do you got planned for the weekend there, buddy?
I think maybe just a little R&R. I'd like to do not much of anything.
R&R, does that equal Skullbuster and TV, watch the Reds lose?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
They're doing pretty good, aren't they?
Oh. Yeah, they're doing really good. I mean, despite the Mets they're playing, I know, this weekend. So, but first, let's get to a little bit of NASCAR. What's going on? You were asking me about the dust up there at Richmond. Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace had a few heated words, after the race. I mean, nothing really major to write home about, nothing to get into the holler, but too bad punches weren't thrown. I mean, sorry about that. Let's see. NASCAR was really, really impressed about how that rain tire was. You hear about that, Steve?
I know that they had the delayed event because of the rain. What they had rain tires on to begin with, and then they switched over or something.
Right. Seeing a road course, you have the option to use the rain tires, and the Elton Sawyer, who is the senior vice president of performance operations, one of them big fancy long titles. He said that NASCAR was really impressed by how they handled and how they operated, and they're going to try to do it again. Now, I forgot about this, Steve. Now, this is a big story that needs to be watched this season. Now, the rumor is Stewart Haas will go from a 4-car team to a 3-car team. Would you like to know why?
I would love to know why.
Last year, they lost sponsorship revenue in the 8-figure amount. Now, that includes such brands as Anheuser-Busch, Smithfield Foods, and including small ones such as Hunt Brothers Pizza. Compounding matters is that all 4 cars failed to make the playoffs last year. Now, let's couple that with the fact that the contract with Ford is expiring this year as well. So we have that going down, plus we have Harvick retiring. So the big question is, how are they doing this year? They're off to a decent start, but can they build on what's going on right now? And can they survive this financial storm? So let's fast forward to the paperclip, Steve. You know, we're off to Martinsville this week. So, you know, this is going to be one of the fun races that I like to watch. It's an old history NASCAR track. Now, they're going to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Hendrick Motorsports at this track. And the cars that I would watch are the Hendrick cars and the Gibbs cars. They have primarily ran phenomenal at this track. So you ready for a little baseball?
I'm ready. I think the Reds are off to what? Four wins, 2 lost starts in the first 6 games.
Well, so far. But you heard the news that the Oakland Athletics are moving to L.A. I mean, to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I did hear
You heard
that.
about that.
Yes, correct.
Now, the city offered them a 5-year lease so they could stay in the Oakland area, because with this happening, with this going down, no football team and basketball team, it's really starting to hurt the economy there. I mean, a lot of the true diehard fans at a tailgate are calling for the owner to sell the team. I mean, it's really funny that they only sold, 13,000 season tickets? Yeah, 13,000 season tickets. But they said that less than 10,000 tickets a game are being used. And that's the scalable ones. I mean, if this is the case, they're only going to seat 63,000 at the end of the season. So, and their payroll's even down this year too. They've gone from 51 million to 43 million. Ooh, this is going to be a fun bit to watch. So, but here's some interesting things that I found. The Tigers are still undefeated this season when I wrote this out, while the Mets and the Marlins have yet to win a game. And here's the interesting thing about the Marlins. They had some lady, I can't remember her name, but was there when the playoffs started, and it's funny how they got rid of her, and now all of a sudden they suck. But, you know, see, we're already a week into the season here, and it's really interesting to see the storyline start to play out. Now, of course, my Cards, they had to place Dylan Carlson and Rylan O'Brien on a 15-day disabled list. Now, Sonny Gray's debut has been pushed back as well, as he'll play in the simulated game. It was supposed to be here in Memphis, but now it'll be in Double-A Springfield. Because what happened was during the spring training game, he suffered a leg injury that he's been rehabbing. So he's supposed to start when the Cards open their home. They were supposed to open. They were supposed to be playing when they opened the homestand on the 9th, but that's been pushed back to the 14th with the Diamondbacks. Now the Cardinals have fought hard, have the hard task of opening season against the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, but the pitching staff served up 39 hits and 23 runs during that series. They did a solid start, but which is a good sign. But they do have some struggles that they've overcome since the 2023 season. All right, you ready for your Reds?
Yeah, lay it on me.
I know Rick Friend's probably on his 3rd pot of coffee by now. So back-to-back home runs from Will Benson and Christian Encarnacion stranded with 2 outs in the 9th inning, gave the Reds the victory over the Nationals. Of course, Montoya showed why he got the opening day nod with the stellar review, but there's a lot to improve over the years. So they're going the right way. So I know Philly Nan's probably listening. So Connor Brogdon has been reassigned as they brought Ricardo Pinto from AAA Lehigh Valley. Also, Luis Ortez sprained his ankle last week and has been been replaced with Nick Nelson. Now, the Phillies narrowly avoided the sweep with the Braves. Alec Braun capped off a strong weekend, and Zach Wheeler had a brilliant opening day start, pitching six shutout innings. Say that 5 times real fast, Steve. And Kyle Schwarber is off to a great start since his knee issue last season, as he's gone batting 273 with 6 hits and 22 at-bats. Bryce Harper is also 0 for 11 against that series with the Braves. So I guess
Hey, we got to pause there, and I'm looking at the current standings, and yeah, the Marlins are yet to win it. They're off to an 0-8, 0 wins, 8 loss start.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Biden making the comments during a phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This comes days after the killing of 7 aid workers in Gaza as criticism continues over Israel's conduct in the war against the terrorist group Hamas. This as members of Congress visited Israel to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Illinois Democratic Congressman Brad Schneider shares with Fox News some of the things that were said in the meeting.
What we talked about was that Hamas has to be defeated. There's no question about that. But how it's done and done in a way that protects the civilians in the best way possible and secures a future is critical.
Layoffs are on the horizon for Amazon workers. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Amazon says it's cutting hundreds of jobs in its cloud computing unit, AWS, as part of what they call a strategic shift. The tech team that oversees the actual physical Amazon stores will lose a few hundred people, plus several hundred roles in the AWS sales, marketing, and global service organization.
Meteorologists are forecasting an extremely active hurricane season ahead. Colorado State University researchers anticipating 23 named storms and 11 hurricanes, with 5 potentially reaching major Category 3 or higher status. The increased activity is attributed to unusually warm waters in the tropical Atlantic and a probable shift to the La Nina climate pattern. The Oakland A's are relocating to Sacramento temporarily until they're moved to Las Vegas. The team revealing that Sutter Health Park in Sacramento will serve as the interim home. This marks the A's last season in Oakland. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A judge in California is refusing a motion to dismiss the tax charges against President Biden's son, Hunter Biden. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace weighs in on Fox Business.
I want to see us refer criminal charges, regardless who's in charge of the DOJ, because the American people deserve to know the truth. They can go to the ballot box in November, and decide whether Joe Biden is corrupt or not, and decide whether they want a corrupt president to continue to be their president.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott and the White House have sparred on the issue of the southern border, sparking lawsuits over the state's border security measures like installing razor wire along the Rio Grande River. The governor claims President Biden's border policies are a risk to national security.
The chief job of the President of the United States is national security. Yeah. President Biden is failing at national security. We are extraordinarily concerned about a terrorist attack occurring in Texas or elsewhere in the United States because of the terrorists who are crossing our border at will.
Kansas City Chiefs player Rashee Rice has admitted he was behind the wheel of a Lamborghini involved in a multi-vehicle crash in Texas over the weekend. The wide receiver's attorney saying he told Dallas police he was a driver of the vehicle. Video of the crash shows a Lamborghini and Corvette racing before slamming into other cars. Both drivers fled the scene of the accident. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Round number 2. Welcome in, welcome aboard. A Friday coming on. Hope you've had a good week. Hey, we were talking a little bit of sports action there, and I know we are headed into Final Four weekend here. So it looks like all the action Saturday night. According to the schedule I'm looking at, it's kind of the Cinderella story, right? As Braindead referred to it. North Carolina State, who was a number 11 seed, will face number 1 seed Purdue in the Final Four. Who goes to the championship game? That'll be Saturday. Tip time, 6:09 p.m. The nightcap will feature number 1 seed UConn versus number 4 seed Alabama. 8:49 p.m. Saturday evening tip-off. You're pulling for Alabama, right?
Yeah. I know Rambler's probably dancing on a mark it on the calendar, record it for robbery purposes. So, but yeah, the Phillies, I don't know if you heard it or not, but Bryce Harper hit 0 for 11 in the the series with the Braves. So, I guess maybe his back is still injured him, bothering him a little bit. So, but real quick, the Braves signed Sandy Leon, to a minor league contract. He spent 12 years in the major, most recently with the Rangers last season, which will help Gwinnett, AAA team, I believe, with some depth as he is nursing an injury on the 10-day injured reserve list. Chadwick Tromp has been called up from Gwinnett to replace Sean Murphy. The Braves kicked off the season with a great showing. Chris Sale debuted with 5 innings pitched for 5 home runs and 7 strikeouts. However, Max Fried, on the other hand, pitched maybe a half an inning with 2 home runs and 3 errors. So, let's see. I guess you heard about the LSU women's basketball team walking off the court during the national anthem, right?
and it went things went from bad to worse with the comments made by the coach, apparently.
Yeah. She said it wasn't intentional, but however, the Tigers did lose. But Louisiana, remember we talking about this, Monday night into Tuesday morning about the prop bets in the NCAA? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the state of Louisiana has already banned those prop bets starting July the 1st. So that is a good thing. So, the Royals, before I forget, the Royals, I know Lauren Weiss may be listening. Bobby Witt picked up where he left off the second half of 23. He went 6 for 11. His average is best in the majors the first week of the season with an exit velocity of 102 miles an hour over 13 batted ball events. Cole Reagan plus Seth Lugo, who both pitched 6 innings with only 2 home runs given up, which is a quality start. It's going to be interesting to see how Witt adapts to the strike percentage drops. If the strike percentage drops, as the pitchers will start to see Witt as a threat. Keep an eye on this team because the only thing that can go is up from here, Steve. So, you heard Rashid Rice. Let's go to NFL real quick. Rashid Rice, you heard him all over the news. That I only caught a little blurb of that Sunday night into Monday. I didn't really catch all of it, but did you hear the rest of the story?
Did he ever turn himself in or anything?
Well, he lawyered up, of course.
Okay.
So has the families he hit. But this is where it gets kind of interesting. Now Rashid Rice, he went and leased the Lamborghini.
Yep.
Now he was on the lease of the Lamborghini. However, he was driving his own Corvette in a crash. So, would you like to know the cost of the car per day?
The Lamborghini, it ain't cheap. I know that.
$1,750.
Wow! And who was driving? Who was driving the Lamborghini? If he's the one that rented it.
And he was supposed to be the only one driving the Lamborghini. So obviously some friend or family member or somebody was driving it. And I imagine it was probably one of his buddies.
Yeah.
But real quick, in the NFL news, the Kansas City Chiefs are seeking to renovate their stadium. 41% of the voters approved a sales tax fund to renovate the stadium. Now, the lease on the stadium will expire in 2030. But the rumor has it they want to build a new stadium in Kansas City. The reason for these renovations is World Cup soccer is coming in 2026.
Oh boy!
Now the renovations will cost $800 million, with the family chipping in $300 million. Arrowhead Stadium is the third oldest in the NFL. Now, also too, the mayor of Dallas has reached out to the Kansas City Chiefs about moving to Dallas. So, needless to say, what's going to happen, Steve? What's going to happen? So, but I got some NBA news and some hockey news, and I'll tell you what, I'll try to call in later with those.
All right. We'll look forward to that. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday from Eskimo Mom. Got the regular run tonight. I dumped a total of 5 inches of rain this week out of the rain gauge. Floodwaters are receding in the northern Miami Valley. I, just like Debbie there in India, live in the path of totality in western Ohio. So we're hoping for good weather from 1:30 to 4:30 on Monday. The DOT already has signs up telling folks not to park alongside the interstate. And our emergency management agency warns of potential disruptions from the influx of people to the area. For tonight, we've got clouds, breezy 42 degrees on 265 around Louisville. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. Hello to Roki. Comments about fast food in California. He said, locally at an Ohio Burger King this week, I bought 2 Whopper Juniors, 2 medium fries, and a medium onion ring for $9.62. I had a coupon, and I used to get this for $5.98. That's an increase of like $3.64. In California, with now the $20 an hour base pay, the before and after costs at Burger King already. The Texas Double Whopper meal went from $15.09 to $16.89, a $1.80 increase, nearly 12%. The Big Fish meal went from $7.49 to $11.49. That's a $4 increase, 53%, according to the New York Post. And that's probably just a beginning. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Good to have you on board. Under industry headlines, let me see here. Love's Travel Stops. They've been renovating and updating numerous facilities. Plus, they've added 5 new Speedco locations to their truck stop chain, along with 2 remodeled maintenance shops. So these additions will add 23 truck service bays and 10 service trucks to the Love's network, which is the largest over-the-road preventative maintenance and truck care service in the country. The 2 remodeled locations are located next to the Love's in Waco, Georgia, and Canton, Mississippi. You've got 5 new Speedco locations that now can be found next to the Love's. Nogales, Arizona, St. Augustine, Florida, Michigan City, Indiana, Picayune, Mississippi, and Watertown, New York. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the right-wing nut, I believe. Hi there.
Yeah, right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, I tell you what, I'm sorry I've been away for a while. Just had personal issues as well as job issues, and I think I about got them all sewed up, I tell you. I was listening to the replay earlier tonight, and they had that Sundance skunk, whatever the hell his name is, saying ain't nobody got hurt looking at the eclipse. Well, I tell you what, I think he put something down and said, ain't you never noticed that whenever there's a eclipse coming around, welding goggles and welding mask and the welding lenses, there's always a shortage of those things. Well, there's a very good reason why, and you said it earlier. It'll burn out the retinas and give you them little dots in your eyes where you think you're you got to look out through a dot to see anything.
Yeah.
But, if that numbnut wants to go ahead and stare at the sky and watch that thing, hey, go right ahead. And then you call us, come on Monday morning, if you can even remember where the dials are on your phone, and you let us know what you think. I think you're going to be blind as a damn bat, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
That's gummit. Yeah, I need an adult beverage right about now, that's for sure. Well, Keith Whitley and Alison Krauss, Keith Whitley sang the song, and Alison Krauss played, after her husband died, she did a duet with him on a track that said, you say it best when you say nothing at all. And Eagle, you said it best last night. Just giving you a heads up. We were listening, and you were snoring. And like the song says, you say it best when you say nothing at all. Oh, well, let's see what else is going on. Everybody's jumping on Israel. They want them to get this war over with, but save the civilians. Yeah, that's a good thing to try to go for. But here's the problem with that. Hamas didn't give a damn about what was going on. They attacked Israel during one of their holidays, murdered a lot of people, killed a lot of babies, raped the women to the point where their pelvises were busted, killed their other hostages. Yeah, we're supposed to feel sorry for Hamas and the people that voted them in. What kind of a screwed up world is this, Steve? I tell you, that's like saying the Nazis were misunderstood people during World War II. They only wanted to get rid of what they thought was trash. And, it's pretty funny that it's a sad coincidence that the Nazi trash at that time is what Hamas wants to get rid of again now. And we ought to give Israel everything they need to get this thing done. And anyone that goes against the hand of God is sure to be smitten by the hand of God. So, anyways, well, who are you looking for to win it all there at the Final Four in the finals? Who's your team?
Since I don't really have a dog in the hunt. I didn't from the get go. All my local teams didn't even make it into the big show. So I don't know. On one hand, I like to pull for an underdog. I like the idea of the Cinderella story, the 11 seed, and of course, I guess I'd be willing to pull for Alabama.
Yeah, I like to pull for Alabama too. I mean, SEC there, Alabama is not known for having a basketball team, but dadgum if they didn't pull one off this year. So, I'd like to see Alabama win. But I think this is first time in a long time that no team west of the Mississippi is in the big dance. And, of course, the big dance is west of the Mississippi. Go figure. Well, I tell you what, that old boy there, that Sundance skunk, if he can't be that damn stupid. He can't be that damn ignorant. But if he is and he wants to stir the pot, well, then he ought to be able to lick that spoon too. Like I said, I was listening to the program earlier, a repeat of last night, and I thought it was him on there, and I was called up, but it was busy. And I thought, well, that's a good show. And then I remembered that was him talking from last night. So I kind of got a little screwed up there. I tell you what, there's 4 letters I like to say to him. STFU. So with that, Steve, you have yourself a good weekend.
All right, the right-wing nut. Scarecrow, he sent me a screenshot. It was like all the details of his return flight here a few days ago. Yeah, destination Minneapolis-St. Paul. Distance to destination, this must have been right before he was taking off, 4,970 miles. Talk about a long flight. Wow. Let's see. Local time at origin, 10:25 p.m. Local time at destination, 8:25 a.m. They were flying like 35,000 feet, had a 122-mile-an-hour tailwind. And outside that plane, it was minus 69 degrees. Pretty impressive. All right, good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a Friday. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hunter industry headlines. We've had several discussions in regards to the cost of insurance, which is going up, up, up. One of the contributing factors to that is some of these, what they call nuclear verdicts coming down against trucking companies around the country. Yeah, in the long run, an insurance company that has to pay out millions of dollars, everyone ultimately, in a roundabout way, pays the price with higher premiums. Insurance companies are in the business of making money. Let's start in the state of Wisconsin, where the governor there, Tony Evers, has vetoed a bill that would have put a $1 million cap on awards for non-economic damages like pain and suffering in lawsuits stemming from commercial motor vehicle accidents. Meanwhile, West Virginia's Governor Jim Justice has signed into law a bill capping non-economic damage awards in commercial motor vehicle-related accidents at $5 million. The trucking industry has pushed to limit damages in accidents involving trucks, citing nuclear verdicts. In the tens of millions of dollars that spike insurance rates or make it difficult to get coverage at all. Now, in a statement Friday, Evers called the $1 million cap arbitrary and said the law should redress a party's injury, not repress an injured party. The bill also violates the U.S. and Wisconsin constitutional guarantees of due process, according to the governor, and would conflict with existing state law. inviting continuous litigation. Now, Doug Morris, who works in the Government Affairs Office for OOIDA, said Evers just doesn't grasp the impact of massive damage awards on the trucking industry and on individual truckers. The governors failed to understand the abuse of the system by these trial lawyers and the harm that is caused to the industry, especially small business truckers, by allowing these unlimited verdicts. I mean, truckers are essential workers. They are not banks. So the Wisconsin State Senate passed the cap on non-monetary damages with mostly Republican support. The state assembly, which is also controlled by Republicans, passed that on a voice vote. Of course, Evers is a Democrat. But in testimony back in January, supporting the legislation, one Republican state lawmaker cited the American Transportation Research Institute's study that recently found verdicts of greater than $1 million in truck crash lawsuits has risen on average from $2.3 million in 2010 to $22.3 million by 2018. Now, here we are 6 years further out from that. Last evening, we shared where the appellate court upholding a $20 million nuclear verdict. For a truck driver who, for all practical purposes, wasn't even really at fault for the accident. And those are the problems, the trial lawyers and these nuclear verdicts. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive rolling into a Friday.
USA News Update. President Biden expressed his dissatisfaction with the humanitarian conditions in Gaza during a 30-minute phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
The results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable.
Blinken said the president urged Netanyahu to outline tangible measures aimed at mitigating civilian casualties and ensuring the safety of aid workers within Israel. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week. The only thing that can ruin the eclipse on April 8th? Clouds, and some are expected to show up. Texas and Ohio might not be the best spots, thanks to the weather forecast that is calling for significant cloud cover. John Schaefer, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, lots of interesting things to cover. Road check just around the corner, just weeks away. And with that coming up, and now they say is a good time to review the driver portion of the CVSA inspection. If you're not familiar yet, the dates are May the 14th through the 16th. 72-hour road check. There will be two areas of focus for this year's edition of Road Check. That'll be tractor protection systems and the alcohol and controlled substance possessions. So we'll break more on that down coming up here. First, I wanted to, is it just a coincidence? Maybe. I mean, there's the conspiracy theorists out there. They're in nutcase mode right now. That this solar eclipse Monday, which they happen all the time. It's just different parts of the world, and oftentimes they're over the ocean waters. But it's going to be the end of the world. Yeah. On the other side of the world, I don't know, we've talked for years about the particle accelerator, as it's called, the CERN. Remember that from years and years ago? We're going back over 10 plus years when they first fired this thing up. And some said, hey, don't mess with Mother Nature. Are we trying to play God? The world's largest, most powerful particle accelerator is set to smash protons together on April 8 to search for invisible particles secretly powering our universe. Theories have suggested there are 17 different particle groups, And the European Organization for Nuclear Research, better known as CERN, C-E-R-N, confirmed the existence of one using the Large Hadron Collider back in 2012. Now the team has restarted the LHC with hopes of unraveling more mysteries of the universe, specifically dark matter. Scientists began preliminarily tests by sending billions of protons around the LHC's ring of superconducting magnets to boost their energy and ensure the $4 billion machine is working in working condition. CERN will shoot them down a 17-mile-long tunnel at nearly the speed of light to recreate conditions a second after the Big Bang, as they refer to it. They're going to continue the experiment until later this year, when it will then be put under a long hibernation for CERN to transform into its next version, which will be called the High Luminosity LHC. But this accelerator sits 300 feet underground. This is on the border of France and Switzerland. First went live back in September of 2008. It works by smashing protons together, breaking them apart, and discover the subatomic particles that exist inside them and how they interact. Scientists turned on the powerful machine this month, injecting it with several proton beams. Now, they say they use protons due to them being heavier particles. The weight allows much lower energy loss per turn through the accelerator than other particles like photon. Conspiracy theorists, are they going to create the likes of a black hole to end the world? At full power, trillions of protons will race around the LHC accelerator ring 11,245 times a second and travel just 7 miles per hour less than the speed of light. On April the 8th, the team will send the beams through the tunnel where they will collide. The team will be on the hunt for dark matter, which makes up about 28% of our massive universe, but it's never been seen or proven. Yes, the experiment occurring the same day as the great North American solar eclipse. Okay, what say you? It's 844-844-3388. Just give you something to think about. Lobster checks in here. Long time no talk. How we been, Lobster?
Top of the morning to you, King Steve. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I hope you and the family are doing well.
Yes, doing well.
Great. I wanted the couple of things. The jury verdicts. I'm hooked right now. My latest flavor of audiobooks has been John Grisham, and he writes a lot of law-based books, trials and all this kind of stuff. I think part of the problem, just from listening to these audiobooks, that you get the people on these juries that really don't fully understand what they're dealing with. And I think with a better explanation, you might reduce some of these crazy verdicts. Again, just going by the last 3 or 4 audiobooks, and I find them fascinating, that a lot goes into how a lawyer teams, etc., explain what the situation is. And maybe if they took a little bit more time, and of course, everybody wants to, get their pound of flesh. Oh, I'm going to get those miserable truckers. That's always a problem. So then I wanted to talk about the eclipse, because you're the great meteorologist that I so enjoyed for so many years. the New York State Thruway, which I'm doing the doubles again this week, has been driving me crazy for the last 2 weeks, either on 87 or 90, I-84, about the damned eclipse. Come early, leave late. What is the total, the actual totality of the event? I just haven't had to, because I've been so aggravated by it. How long is this thing actually going to last, say, in the Syracuse area where I'm at the moment?
I mean, if you're in the heart of the totality zone, totality will last approximately 4.5 minutes. Yeah, the further from the center of totality that you get, if you're on the outskirts of totality, you may have 30 or 40 seconds of totality. It takes in a couple of hours, I think. If you've got your glasses on, you'll begin to see the moon kind of begin to creep over. It's just like watching a moon eclipse. It takes several hours from start to finish, but the totality is really just a matter of minutes or seconds.
Okay. It just all the overhead public announcement billboards on the New York State Thruway, I-80, I-84. It's telling everybody about it. I'm sick of looking at the damn thing. For 3 or 3.5 minutes, I think they could do something better with tax dollars in New York State. And then I'm staying in a hotel for the week over in Albany, so I listened to the local news out of Albany. The governor of New York was going to go into lockdown mode on all the state prisons in New York. And, of course, the lawsuit started flying because it was some particular religious groups considered that a violation of their right to worship during an eclipse. And for 3 or 3.5 minutes, just lock the people down. You're in jail. I think you can, you know what, when you rehabilitate yourself, check out the next eclipse and get on back to me, fellas.
Uh-huh.
But the amount of money wasted on that. And now the next thing I want to talk to you about, you were talking about the thing over there in Switzerland and France. I don't even recall the name of it, but the it's super accelerator or something.
Yeah, the Hadron thing, yeah.
Does anybody look closely at it? They're going to be messing with this during the eclipse to feed all the conspiracy people.
Yeah.
Is the manufacturer Acme by chance?
Just wondering, huh?
Yeah. It always wonders, and if there's a guy dressed up in a coyote suit, we're really in trouble, Steve. We really, some of the things that, I don't know, that people put their mind to. I don't know. And what is again, you lean more to the scientific. What is the end game with this proton accelerator?
Honestly,
are they going to gain from it?
I really don't understand. I mean, yeah, it's real deep into the scientific world, so I don't even understand it.
Okay. I'm just going, I'm sure somebody's getting rich and spending a boatload of money. And
oh, yeah.
Here we are just watching the world go by, Steve. But everything else is good in my world. Looking forward to wrapping up this shift and heading back for home.
TGIF on a Friday, right?
Indeed. Enjoy your weekend. Nice cigar on the way home. And then a little bit of Pappy Van Winkle when I get home.
That sounds like a plan. All right, thanks for checking in there, Lobster. As I read here, the purpose of the LHC is to let scientists test predictions of different particle physics, including measuring the properties of the Higgs boson, otherwise known as the God particle, which was a missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle for physicists trying to understand how the universe works. Scientists believe that a fraction of a second after the Big Bang that gave birth to the universe, an invisible energy field called the Higgs field formed. As particles passed through the field, they picked up mass, giving them size and shape and allowing them to form the atoms that make up you, everything around you, and everything in the universe. And so it is trying to play God, if I understand. This was the theory proposed back in 1964 by a former grammar school boy, Professor Higgs, that apparently has now been confirmed. And while the particles near instantly decayed during the LHC experiment, scientists found they left a footprint behind, revealing their existence. So, again, why April the 8th? I don't know. It's a coincidence, right? We're playing God. That's the way I get it. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Hello to Timothy, where he says, it's a cold morning here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. All right. Hello to Cookie. I'm sorry I missed the info on Ranger, but I'll be praying for God's best for Ranger. Cookie, if you'd like to go back, and he told the full story. It was the first hour of the program there Thursday morning. He's been diagnosed with cancer. It's kind of wrapped around his back, spinal cord kind of thing. But it was caught at stage 1, so he actually underwent his first chemo treatment literally hours before he called the program, last night. So on Wednesday afternoon, spent much of the day, he said. So, yeah, we're all praying for a full recovery. The doctors say, based on the fact that it was caught at stage 1, obviously the prognosis would be a whole lot better for survival than if they caught it at stage 3 or 4. Yeah, we all know the cancer thing. And, of course, Cookie, she sat by her husband's side for how long as he battled that? The dreaded C word. Hello, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 35 degrees in Oakwood, Illinois. I'm a little late for class, but I have no permission slip. You're going to have to deal with it. Anyway, fixing to load my powerful chrome-plated cow truck for another high-speed trip of high-quality livestock. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock World Headquarters. Speaking of the Monkey Gouger, haven't heard from him since, I think it was Monday, when he called in with the good news about the grandbaby, the ventilator had been removed. anticipation was the baby would be coming home today, Friday, April 5. So hope everything's gone well. I'm sure he'll give us a full report when he gets a chance. Hello to Robert Duck from Indiana, babysitting the auction. They closed at 7. Guess who got here at 7:06? All for one car here and 2 across town. The things we do to keep the customer happy. Okay, it's 844-3388. Well, I guess we could say, hey, Becky, what day is it, right?
Yeah, hey, Becky. What day is it, Becky? I guess that'd be Hump Day, wouldn't it? So anyways, I guess that's a good thing. So, did you get any show prep there from me? Were you able to use any show prep at all from any of those emails I sent in?
Well, I get a whole lot of show prep, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think you had you shared the flooding there in Maryland.
That
was
we
one
got
tidbit.
the Susquehanna flooding down here. So,
and I did mention earlier
anyways,
the fact that you would share with me that the map kind of showing the rocket launch, how far inland they'd be visible. I don't know, but they're talking about a lot of cloud cover. It's pretty fascinating, yeah.
That the eclipse will actually allow you to see a rocket launch there. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And what was the other thing there? There was something else there. I don't know. I can't remember everything I had there. I'd have to try to look back and see what all I sent you. There was
something about how much money you need to retire. A little fun fact that you would send me.
That was it.
Yeah,
that was it. And it's just crazy that the amount of money you need now to retire compared to what 10 years ago was, and if things keep going the way they are, it'll probably be double that. And there was something about Biden's got a deal there that is going to increase the capital gains tax.
Yes.
Did you catch any of that? Yeah. So, I mean, the world keeps going from bad to worse with every time we turn around, and you talk about the nuclear verdicts there, and I think Louis Pugh might have it wrong. I don't think they think of truckers as bank accounts. I think they think of them as the lottery department. You're going to strike the lottery when you go and have an accident with a truck. So, and anyway, but I don't know. That's about what we got. About what we got going on here. Trying to get fuel. I pull into a TA. You talk about reserved parking. I pull in the fuel pump. It says dispenser is reserved. What the hell does that mean? The dispenser is reserved. I can't get fuel.
Now that's a new one. I've never heard of such.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
How long is it? How long is it reserved for? Right? What the?
I have no idea. I pull in the fuel island up to the fuel pump. It says dispenser reserved. So I don't know if they have reserve fueling. You're supposed to call in for your fuel before you get here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm using the Mudflap app to get my fuel and try to make some money for Make-A-Wish if I can with the discounts we save and yeah, I don't know what the hell this crap is. Guess I got to walk inside. So, all right, we'll have to let you go and see what the hell's going on.
See
here.
what's
we'll
going
check
on.
Back at you, see if we can give you an update.
Fuel pump reserved. Okay, hey, you learn something new every day. Let me flip back over here. Yes, we've had a lot of rain this week, right? And in Major League Baseball, Friday nights in Cincinnati, if there's a home game, any Friday night home games, it's become a tradition to have a big post-game fireworks show that brings a lot of people down to the stadium and downtown. So the Reds will be home for their first Friday home game of the season tonight. But the post-game fireworks show's going to have to wait till later this month. They announced this past day due to the high water levels of the Ohio River. That would affect the safe operation of the fireworks barge where they ignite the fireworks from. So there will be no show tonight. As a result, the first Fireworks Friday of the season is now scheduled for April 19, when the Los Angeles Angels will be in town visiting Great American Ballpark. Okay, so tonight does represent the first City Connect game of the season for Cincinnati. The team's going to be wearing their all-black Nike City Connect uniforms, taking on the New York Mets at Great American Ballpark. There you go. 844-844-3388. Coming up next hour, yes, other industry headlines. We'll get Mike, I believe it's his birthday today. Checking in from beautiful Florida this morning. We'll check that traveler's weather for all the millions of Eclipse travelers. How things looking in the Texas, Oklahoma region as we head into the big day Monday. All right. Looks like pleasant travel conditions in store for much of Texas and the southeast, at least for the day ahead, but not so pleasant by the time we get to Monday. So we'll take care of business, as they say. Get a news update and back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A federal judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to dismiss his case involving classified documents. Former President Trump argued that the case should be thrown out under the protection of the Presidential Records Act. However, the judge stated in her ruling that the charges Trump sought to dismiss were not dependent on this statute. During a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday, President Biden expressed his concern regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for the Prime Minister, stated that the Israeli government is diligently addressing the crisis.
We all agree that there has to be minimal civilian suffering, minimal civilian casualties in Gaza, and we're working taking unprecedented steps to reach these goals.
President Biden specifically addressed the recent airstrikes that resulted in the deaths of 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, deeming them unacceptable. He urged Israel to initiate negotiations for a ceasefire. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week, with the possibility of more to come. Layoffs are on the horizon for Amazon. USA's Corey Myers has more.
Amazon says it's cutting hundreds of jobs in its cloud computing unit, AWS, as part of what they call a strategic shift. The tech team that oversees the actual physical Amazon stores will lose a few hundred people, plus several hundred roles in the AWS sales, marketing, and global service organization.
Thieves stole $30 million from a cash storage facility in Sylmar, Los Angeles on Easter Sunday. The facility, which serves businesses across Southern California, was targeted by an experienced burglary crew. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Meteorologists are forecasting an extremely active hurricane season ahead. Colorado State University researchers anticipate 23 named storms and 11 hurricanes, with 5 potentially reaching major Category 3 or higher status. The increased activity is attributed to unusually warm waters in the tropical Atlantic and a probable shift to a La Niña climate pattern. The hurricane season begins on June 1st. Bill Clinton plans to publish a memoir titled Citizen, My Life After the White House later this year, recounting his experiences since leaving the presidency. He describes it as a narrative of his 23-plus years post-Oval Office, featuring the stories of individuals who influenced him as he aimed to impact their lives. The book is scheduled for release on November 19th, 2 weeks following this year's presidential election. Another Alabama hospital plans on stopping all IVF treatments by the end of this year. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
On Wednesday, Mobile Infirmary said it will no longer be able to offer in vitro fertilization services due to litigation concerns surrounding the treatment. This after Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that anyone who destroys frozen embryos can be held liable for wrongful death.
Disney Plus is following in the footsteps of its competitor Netflix. In a CNBC interview Thursday, Disney CEO Bob Iger announced that the streaming service will begin implementing measures to curb password sharing beginning this summer. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
jump back into things here. Another hour, another day of Friday coming on. I promised we'd get to some of our travelers' weather for the millions headed toward the totality zone. It's going to be very windy across the Great Plains on Saturday. Those strong winds will lead to some travel disruptions both in the air and on the ground. Also going to pick up dust, so poor air quality and maybe areas of haze and reduced visibility. Of course, for those that are going to be setting up tents and canopies, vehicles could be kind of sandblasted in extreme cases. Use caution with open flames, as any spark could quickly set dry brush on fire. They do tell us warmth more typical of late April will persist across southern Texas. So you'll need your hats, your sunscreen, light-colored clothing, plenty of water for those going to be outside in that area. Temperatures are going to feel into the 90s in the afternoons. Now, forecasters have outlined a zone of potential severe thunderstorms from Saturday afternoon to Saturday night. Much of that zone lies outside the path of totality for Monday, but could see some powerful storms occurring in portions of Oklahoma and Texas, where masses of people may be gathering. Powerful gusts, torrential downpours common in these storms. Some of the stronger storms could produce some dangerous or damaging large hail. Similar to parts of the Midwest, a push of dry air should be enough to bring the sun out and keep the rain away on Sunday for much of the southern plains region. However, on Monday, the atmosphere again will begin to moisten. The extent of clouds begins to increase. It's possible the eclipse may still be visible at times. Coming up lastly, we'll take a look at the drive home, Monday to Tuesday of next week. Well, let's head on down to Florida. Mike celebrates a birthday today. Happy birthday.
Hey, Steve, this is Mike, first-time caller. I'm not the guy from Florida.
Oh, really? Okay, I apologize.
Yeah. I'm a driver for Big Brown. I listen to you every night. And I'm 62 years young today.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what a great time for us
There's a lot of us out here.
What a great time for us to hook you up with a special birthday gift as a first-time caller, a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret. How's that sound?
Fantastic. I appreciate that.
So, Big Brown, huh? So, what do you think of all the controversy going on with the jobs being eliminated and things of that nature? Your job on the line at all, or?
No. I'm a sleeper team driver out of Chicago. There's 1,200 of us, and I'm in the 300, so I'm not going to lose my job.
Okay, that's good.
You got to expect that with the raise and everything.
Yeah.
Plus the economy is in the crapper, so.
So what's your plans for the birthday weekend? Anything special?
Well, right now I'm in Meadowlands, New Jersey, and I got to go to Louisville and then go to St. Louis and then back to Chicago. So Saturday night I'm going out for dinner with the daughter and the kids, and that's about it.
That should be a decent weekend. You're going to be out there with all these eclipse travelers, aren't you?
Yeah, come Monday, I'm going to try to get somewhere where I can see it. I'll be on vacation next week, so I don't have to worry about going to work.
Okay.
But hopefully I can find a spot to go take a look.
Yeah. Well, good deal. Are you a user of Hot Shot Secret products at this point, or will you be testing it out for the first time?
No, actually, I'll be testing it out for the first time because, unfortunately, I cannot find it at Love's. Do they sell it at Love's?
Yeah, they absolutely. They should have the Stick Shift Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme at least.
Yeah, a couple of times I looked at Love's, I couldn't find it, but I definitely will keep my eye out for it.
Well, this is a great way to get you started then. Yeah, are you getting it for a big truck, or are you going to be starting out for your personal vehicle?
Yeah. No. I'll put it in my semi.
Well, $60, that'll get you started. For the big truck, it'll be a little more than that. But for the automobile drivers, they can normally hook up with enough stiction eliminator, and we normally recommend the gasoline extreme or the diesel extreme for the fuel side.
Oh, maybe I'll try that for the car then. I appreciate that.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Mike. Have a great birthday and safe travels out there, and don't be a stranger.
All righty. Thanks, Steve.
All right, Mike. I thought it was Mike from Florida. All right, so we mentioned Road Check just around the corner here, May 14 through 16. Now, if you've been out there driving for any period of time, you know what it's all about. But CDL Life kind of gave the breakdown. What should you expect as part of Road Check? Conductor is going to be conducting standard level 1 inspections, which will include both a vehicle component and a driver component. The CVSA, they do their best to give advance warning of what you can anticipate. They say this is what you can expect from the driver component of the level 1 inspection. The inspector will check the condition of the seatbelt and ensure the driver is wearing their seatbelt properly and it's fastened. Everyone in the commercial vehicle, including passengers and co-drivers, must be wearing a fastened seatbelt. Next, the driver's overall condition will be observed for illness, fatigue, or signs of impairment. They'll look for any unauthorized passengers. They'll check for the illegal presence of alcohol, drugs, or other contraband. Inspectors will check the driver's medical examiner certificate and skill performance evaluation, if applicable, and verify the validity. They'll also check for corrective lens, hearing aids, and any other physical limitations indicated on your license. You'll have your record of duty status and supporting documents ready. If you have an electronic logging device, you must be knowledgeable in the use and be able to perform the task asked by the inspector. The driver's required to transmit the records upon request. The inspector will verify the driver's hours of service and check the accuracy of that record. If you're utilizing an exemption, the driver should indicate that to the inspector. The inspector will ensure the driver meets all the criteria for the exemption. To avoid delays, it's recommended drivers print any exemptions you're utilizing and just provide that to the inspector. Couple of other things. The inspector will collect the driver's license and or CDL license, check the expiration date, the class, the endorsements, restrictions, and all that. If a commercial motor vehicle is being operated by a commercial learner's permit holder accompanied by the holder of a valid CDL, the CDL holder must have their CDL available and be fully qualified to operate the vehicle. Now, this is the entirety of North America where Road Check takes place, the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. For the United States only, the inspector will query the FMCSA's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse to ensure your driver's license is not suspended or canceled. That's something new. They're actually going to be focused on that, they tell us, in this year's Road Check. So be prepared. What's happening, Rusty? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, Steve. How you doing?
Ready for a weekend. It's Friday.
I hear you. I did only have one thing, but Mom was, sitting here listening to you. I had a couple more things. I remember the other night you guys had talked about the thunder and snowstorm. I don't know if I told you about this or not. I'm going to make it short. I'm going to be very long. We ran into one of those when I was taking my daughter up to Maine. She moved up there. We had a U-Haul trailer and a car behind it, and we ran into it in Gary, Pennsylvania. I mean, it was really bad. It was snowing, thundering, lightning, hail, everything there was.
Wow.
but that was the experience. So
it's a fascinating thing to experience. I mean, I've that's only 2 or 3 times in my life that I've actually experienced thunder snow, but it's pretty cool.
That's my first time ever driving. I was going to say another topic I was going to bring up about that Kansas City football player. You know, what he did, leaving the scene of an accident, if that had been a regular Joe, like me and you, you know, we would have been charged with fleeing an accident. Although he was walking, but still fleeing, we'd have been sent to jail. Of course, you know, he got the money lawyer up and everything.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty bad situation when he did. What's the other thing? Oh, I know what I'm going to tell you. I mean, topical, I was going to tell you. I had to write everything down. You know, I'm getting old, forgetful and everything. Have you heard about the price gouging of the hotels around the Ohio area?
I know that they're all, you know, jacking up the rates. I mean, there are limits. I understand. My understanding is, like, anytime you stay at a hotel, when you get in when you shut the door, they've got to have their rates, the cheapest rates and what the highest rates can be. And they're not supposed to be allowed to charge anything higher than the highest rate listed on the door.
Right. They, I was reading on the internet here a little bit ago. I was waiting here. It's saying they're charging 10 times normal for the solar eclipse. They're skyrocketing.
Really?
I mean, big time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But anyway, I thought I'd give you a shout out. Talk to everybody. Everybody have a good weekend out there, and you have a good weekend too, Steve.
Thank you for the update there. I'm going to do a quick search on that. What can we find? Yeah, from Buffalo, showing that some of the tour companies, they're getting cancellations, accusations of price gouging. It's not surprising. Let's see here. Hotel prices skyrocket ahead of April 8th solar eclipse. From another website, beware of lodging price gouging, solar eclipse, and on it goes. New York Post, here, I should be able to get this one. Hotels charge 10 times normal for solar eclipse on April the 8th. That was a story published earlier this week. Let me see. If you think seeing a total eclipse of the sun will be a cheap thrill, you are mistaken. As hotel prices are soaring, the zone of totality, from Mexico's Pacific coast to northeasterly path through Texas, Arkansas, Illinois, up to the northeast, into the maritime provinces. On that path, your money can already vanish. Yeah, the entire cycle. And Lobster, this is the question you were asking. The whole cycle of the eclipse takes 2.5 hours. But that totality, when the moon passes between the earth and the sun, turning day into night, is just under 4 minutes. In Killeen, Texas, Fairfield Inn by Marriott is offering rooms for $809 on Monday. 1 week later, the same accommodation runs $103. I thought that was illegal. Yeah, price gouging. Further northeast, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, has a one-bedroom Airbnb, $1,350. In Terre Haute, Indiana, best known for, what do they have there? Their Holiday Inn Express. Which one is it? Try to come back with more on that, but my computer's saying, you're overloading me, so I'll take a quick time out. We'll come back and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We haven't heard from the Grump in a few days, but I came across his little opinion piece this past day that he shared, attached to a Fox News story. The headline: Biden administration issues energy efficiency restrictions on key power grid technology. I haven't read through the heart of that story, but Grump says Joe Biden has officially been declared bat crap climate crazy. This idiot thinks all these onerous, stupid regulations that he's pushing will save us from these murderous greenhouse gases that the tree huggers swear is killing the planet. This bozo doesn't know if he should scratch his watch or wind his ass. First, he listened to the Hollywood elites, like there's some sort of an authority on anything more than attracting their faces to some cause that'll put money in their pockets. I'm willing to bet every one of their obnoxiously massive estates they live in has a backup generator that runs on fossil fuel, so screw them and their opinions. Next, Lord Dumbass Joe is pushing all things electric, then placing restrictions on how much electric we, the people, or businesses can use. And yet people will see what this fool-in-chief is doing and still vote for the destructive old bastard for no other reason that he's not Trump. When you fools can't afford toilet paper to wipe your own pampered you-know-what, which, because of Crazy Joe's carbon-stupid regulations, tear out a page of the Bible and the U.S. Constitution. Two documents that you've been crapping on since the Obama years anyway. Just my opinion. All things electric. It's not going as anticipated. We continue to share this night after night. The latest out of Detroit this past day, with U.S. electric vehicle sales slowing dramatically. Ford Motor Company said they're going to delay rolling out new electric pickup trucks and a new large electric SUV as they add gas electric hybrids to their model lineup. The company said Thursday that a much ballyhooed new electric pickup to be built at a new factory in Tennessee will be delayed until 2026 now. The big electric SUV with 3 rows of seats will be delayed by 2 years until 2027 at the company's factory in Oakville, Ontario, near Toronto. this retreat as U.S. electric vehicle sales growth slows to 2.7% in the first quarter of the year, far below the 47% increase that fueled record sales and a 7.6% market share last year. Sales of new vehicles overall grew nearly 5%, and the EV market share declined to 7.1%. There is interest in hybrids, though. Hybrid sales grew 45% from January through March, while the plug-in hybrid, which can go a short distance on the battery before the gas system kicks in, grew 34%. Ford also said they expect to offer hybrid versions of all their gasoline passenger vehicles by the end of the decade in North America. Most early technology adopters and people who want to cut emissions have already purchased an electric vehicle. According to analysts, automakers now have to convince the skeptical mainstream buyers to go electric. Those people that don't want it, limited range, lack of charging stations. Ford expects pre-tax losses for their electric vehicle unit to widen from $4.7 billion last year to a range of $5 to $5.5 billion this year. But they foresee commercial vehicles making $8 billion to $9 billion. Gasoline-powered vehicles and hybrids are expected to make $7 to $7.5 billion. About even to what they did in 2023. It's just the reality is beginning to settle in. Okay, plenty of room for you on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. A news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News Update. President Biden expressed his dissatisfaction with the humanitarian conditions in Gaza during a 30-minute phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
The results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable.
Blinken said the president urged Netanyahu to outline tangible measures aimed at mitigating civilian casualties and ensuring the safety of aid workers within Israel. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week. The only thing that can ruin the eclipse on April 8th? Clouds, and some are expected to show up. Texas and Ohio might not be the best spots, thanks to the weather forecast that is calling for significant cloud cover. John Schaefer, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is life change tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got the big Powerball drawing Saturday night, $1.23 billion. That's a big one. From Powerball to power outages. The numbers are down a little bit, but wow, looking at in the state of Maine, still 288,000 plus without power. In excess of 112,000 there in New Hampshire. The Northeast hammered by that big nor'easter. Meanwhile, we'll take a look out west coming up here as they prepare for a big storm coming in here this weekend. First, let me get to 5-7 on a Friday. Hey there.
Hey, bud. Now, I was thinking, how many people we get on here is conservatives, and we're talking about liberals are doing. So, and then we throw out what our idea is, what the results of their ideas are. I think it's pretty well rounded, and I love it when we got people who come in and challenge our ideas, but don't insult us. Just challenge us by saying, well, Biden's going to do it this way, and this is how he's going to get it done. Just like just try to reason. Bring the reason in with it. Obviously, there's no reason with these people. They're drunk on power. Like I was saying in an earlier comment, they don't care about the Constitution. Did Lobster say what I thought he said? The New York governor was planning on doing a lockdown?
That's what he said. Some sort of a lockdown, yes.
All right. Everywhere it's been fought, it's been proven that it's unconstitutional. I mean, you could, without declaring something, martial law or something, with an absolute public threat, they're drunk with that power. Now apparently they don't consider the constitutional rights of the citizens, i.e. the people they're working for anymore. So just out of that whole story, I forget what Lobster was talking about.
It was a lockdown of the prisons, locking down all the prisons. I don't know what the eclipse would have anything to do with that, but that was the deal.
Okay, well, they got the authority to do that. Yes, they do. That's their job, is to keep them people away from the average citizen. Maybe it's they might have think something might happen like a Y2K and screw up all of a sudden all the prison doors swing open. I don't know. Next on the agenda, Biden says $4 billion we're going to have, and we know, we don't want to spend it, but it ain't going to get done unless we do it. They don't mention the fact that, we're going after the people that caused the accident and get settlement, get satisfaction out of that, and try to repay. Something unheard of by the Democrats and Republicans out there is actually repay the American taxpayer for the investment on the road. But you just watch and see, $4 billion, okay? They're not going to get a clean bill, man. Can you imagine the pork they're going to tack on this? The Democrats are going to put so much pork onto it, and the Republicans ain't going to be able to vote for it, and it's going to trying to make the Republicans look bad. It's going to play politics. Meanwhile, the road ain't maybe not get done as fast. So you mark my words. If we get Donald Trump up there, maybe we get things straightened. But not just Donald Trump. We need the Senate, and we need the House, and we need some real change. Just like that red-headed boy he popped up from nowhere, loudmouth singer, and complaining about all the things that's wrong with America. And when Donald Trump's organization invited him to sing at one of their rallies, he said, I don't want to get involved. But Donald Trump was the only one between Biden and Trump that would actually address all those issues that he sang about. And hey, you know what? He's useless. Just a sounding brass, useless noise. Because he just wanted to make a living or make money off people's misery. Even Woody Guthrie back in the 30s sang about depression and this land is your land, this land is my land. Communism is what it was. And he didn't mind everybody knowing, because before it was a bad word, I guess. But, at least he stood up for an answer to the problem and believed it was communism. Of course, we're better educated than that. But, Lord, that's what I like about the program is the guys that call in. If you're going to call in, you say what the problem is from the other side, and we answer, and this is what Donald Trump's going to do for us. And like I said, I don't worship Donald Trump. I can't stand to listen to him talk sometimes. I don't care what he does. It's what he has done. and what he does business-wise, he has done great things for America, and I'm just amazed at the man, the stability of the man, and what he's going through, and how he's still in there and fighting. So, and he's fighting for the American people. And I do pray, if we do get the power, it ain't going to turn into a revenge fest. But the truth of the matter is, to hold people account to their unconstitutional actions, it's going to look a lot like revenge. But really, it's just, hopefully, it's going to be justice if we can find it. Finally, as I was getting ready for work last night, and on the TV, our vice president was up there complaining about the Republicans and their hand-picked Supreme Court justice. Hear that? Hand-picked Supreme Court. That's exactly. You know what?
Whoever's in charge, that's the way it works. Didn't Barack Obama said elections have consequences? Whoever's in charge. If you got the conservatives in charge, they're going to pick a conservative, and vice versa. It's the way it works. Always has. All right, I got here's the rest of the scoop. Lobster brought up trying to lock down all the prisoners so they're not able to see the eclipse next week. The update says prisoners will be allowed to watch the eclipse after suing New York's Corrections Department, as the lockdown had been ordered by the Corrections Department for the same day of the eclipse on April 8, meaning inmates would not be outside during their usual recreation hours and would miss the event. 6 inmates in the Woodburn Correctional Facility, who each have different religious backgrounds, sued the New York branch and argued the lockdown violated their constitutional rights to practice their faiths by preventing them from taking part in a religiously significant event. Honestly, I don't know. What kind of constitutional rights do you have when you're actually in prison? A solar eclipse, a rare natural phenomenon with great religious significance to many, according to the complaint. Thursday, their lawyers announced they had reached a settlement so the convicts could watch the eclipse. A spokesperson for the New York department said they agreed to permit at least these 6 individuals to see the event, as the group agreed to drop their suit with prejudice. The lawsuit came to an appropriate resolution, he says. But these 6 individuals included a Baptist, a Muslim, a Seventh-day Adventist, 2 practitioners of Santeria, and an atheist. Now, the lawsuit alleged that the atheist received special permission to view the eclipse using glasses provided by the state, but that decision was made before the announcement of the lockdown at the prison. 4 of the other plaintiffs sought permission afterwards, but were denied. Officials who ruled the solar eclipse is not listed as a holiday for their religions. 6th inmate said he never received any sort of response. So I guess for most prisoners, I don't know, what kind of rights do you actually have when you're in prison? Do you know the answer to that, Pappy?
Well, you'd be surprised, Steve. They got more rights than what you think.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. I'll be honest with you, Steve. What's the point in locking them down just because of the eclipse?
Like I said, I have no idea what would be different on that day versus any other.
Yeah. I don't see any reason to lock them down unless they think if they're outside wreck, they normally don't have outside wreck at night. I don't know if they think maybe if it's dark for 2 minutes, they might start trying to jump the wire or something.
Who knows? Maybe that's it.
But, man, Steve, I was just watching the news here, and they're talking about this crazy tuberculosis outbreak and all the illegal camps they got going on around the country, especially up in New York. All the shelters and everything.
Yeah.
A lot of the illegals bringing tuberculosis into our country. Ain't that crazy? Hey, man, I haven't heard too many people talking about this. I know I sent you, I was working the day it happened. I got a brief message about it. But anyway, Israel bombing this daggone embassy in Syria, killing this Iranian general.
Now the CIA yesterday said that I guess their intelligence says Iran is going to retaliate within 48 hours. How big's it going to be? How bad's it going to get?
Steve, listen, man, I got to be a straight shooter here, man. I can't, BS anybody. If somebody does something I think stupid, I don't care if it's Trump or Biden or Israel, I'll call them out on it. The hell are they doing bombing an embassy? Are you kidding me? I don't know, Steve. I'm sorry, man. I ain't on board with that. If I wasn't on board when Iran took over the embassy in 1979, our embassy in Iran kicked the Shah out, took them hostages. I told you that's one of the reasons, not the whole reason, but one of the reasons I joined the Navy.
Yeah.
But, man, I don't know. That's not cool, man. It's just not. I don't care. And here Syria's one of the number one allies of Russia on top of it. Steve, I'm in the Middle East, man. And then we got Lindsey Graham and some other of these DC swampers. We need to bomb Iran. Steve, I swear, man. All these warmongers just wanting to start a nuclear war.
It's like they want World War III. I mean, that's what this is looking. That's what it's looking to start.
Man, we need some cooler heads, man. Listen, everybody's talking about the genocide, and not Hamas, but the Palestinians. Walking a fine line between this one. I mean, it sounds like Israel's just indiscriminately, bombing the hell out of Palestinians, too. With that said, we cannot forget what happened on October the 7th. Israel has every right to do what they feel they need to do, to maintain their peace and security, man, as far as I'm concerned. Because, Palestine's supplying supplying the humans for Hamas. Where do you think Hamas is coming from? Pretty much the Palestinian people. Not like they're coming in from other countries. I don't know, Steve. Craziness. What else is going on here? Hey, man, prayers out to Ranger, man. What a tough dude, man. Hey, for what it's worth, Steve, I think you're 100% right, man. Caught it early. Medical industry these days does amazing things, especially when you catch something early like that. So I'm fully confident that he's going to pull through this and get through this, and everything's just going to be peachy with him. He's going to be out dancing in the rain here in another 10 years. He's going to outlive us all, man. Yeah. Well, hell, I guess we're getting close to the eclipse here, Steve.
Yeah, all those hotels supposed to be filling up this weekend. I can't believe some of those prices they're charging, though. I thought that was totally I guess I'll have to file complaints with the Attorney General's office or something?
I guess. Yeah. My daughter out in California was like, Dad, I'm thinking about coming in, renting a car, and driving in the middle of Indiana.
Wow.
I was like, Hon, that's all fine and dandy, but what if it rains?
Right. I guess, even with the cloud cover, it'll be kind of a gray day anyway. I mean, it will get dark nonetheless for a couple minutes, but you ain't going to see nothing as far as the sun or any of that. It's just...
Well, Steve, I'll be honest, I wasn't caring too much to actually see the eclipse, right? I don't went out and got any glasses. I just wanted to see it get dark, right?
Okay.
And actually, with the cloud cover, depending on, how bad the cloud cover really is, you could probably actually look at the sun if it's not, a sunny day. I wouldn't sit there and stare at it, but you can, take a couple ganders at it.
Right.
But and then I would think it would even get darker, being on a cloudy day. I don't know. We'll see. I was trying to check some things out, Steve. I'll tell you what. I think the old Home 20 here is going to be right on the border of totality here in Harrison. Have you seen any of the paths, that they're talking? Have you seen any of the videos?
Yeah, I know that northwest Hamilton County is supposed to be in there. They set out, they're having a special event there at Miami Whitewater Forest. They're expecting about 1,000 people there because it's going to be a pretty short totality. They said Jungle Gym's 40 seconds, I think, totality there, Fairfield.
Yeah. I mean, the ones I saw, that line, Whitewater Forest is probably 2 drivers, a 5-iron, and a 9-iron from my house.
Okay, you're right there in it then. Right there on the knocking on. Yep.
So when I was looking at it, if you follow the line, the exact edge, if say you leave your house, right, you get out on 275 and then you take 74 west. That what we call the 275 split.
Yep.
Where if you was going to take 275 to go to Indiana for a short skip, like you're going out to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
That Whitewater split there, that's where that line is.
So I could
give or take maybe a quarter.
I could stay on 74 and just head on out there to like where I go out to get my fireworks there, right at the Indiana line kind of thing.
Yeah,
that'll be totality. Yeah,
So that sounds like it's totality, and I'm maybe 2 drivers from the school, which is right off the Dry Fork Road exit. Hey, you and Princess are welcome to come out here and the family, whoever wants to come. If you were planning on doing anything, I got to work. We both got to work Sunday night.
Right. Yeah, right.
You see, usually stay up, but I hit the bed, man. I don't have to work Monday, so it's no big deal. I'll probably set the alarm to get up around.
Well, Monday's the eclipse, so we'll work Sunday night, and then I got to work Monday night. So that would be
that's your only problem.
Timing wise, am I going to want to be up for hours in the afternoon? I could sleep a bit in the morning and then go lay down from 6 to 10 or 6 to 9, something like that.
Right. And it's a once in a lifetime chance. So yeah, I'm thinking, man, my backyard. You go in the backyard, but there's one tree at that time of day. It kind of blocks the sun.
Well, Pappy, you can't be out there to watch the total solar eclipse without drinking Skull Busters, though.
That's direct practice for me, man.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. I throw some chairs. I'm sure all the neighbors will be out, So, like I said, hey, man, you're welcome to bring whoever. If Steven's off, if he wants to come over. And the redheaded dimple little daughter, little thing you got there.
Yes.
Little dimples, bring her on out if you want. I don't care. But, yeah, I guess, man, I don't know. And then you hear all this talk about, oh, the sky's falling, it's the end of the earth because of this eclipse. I don't know, don't fall for all that stuff, Steve. You know. But, man, you were talking about power out. Hey, listen, real quick, and I'll get off here. Man, you know how we've been talking about power outages. I mean, since we met, man, for how many years now? We just talked about all the power outages due to the weather. Steve, I am hearing a lot of stuff that the closer we get to Election Day, that there's going to be some power outages. Dan Bongino was talking today. I told you about a year or two ago that I was watching this guy. He's more famous now. He's not famous, but he's got a podcast. His name's Sean Ryan.
Okay.
Steve, I was watching this guy when he had like 10 views, right? He was brand new into the business. There's another guy. Daggone, what's his name? Mike. There goes the all-timers kicking in. These guys were Navy SEALs, Special Forces guys. And Mike, he was a K-9 handler in the SEALs. And, they just got out and they just started like interviewing guys that have been overseas in combat, talking about their combat experiences and whatnot. And it was a small little broadcast. And Sean Ryan was on his show and he's like, hey, you got a pretty good gig going on here, man. Maybe I'll get into this. And he started it. And now he's got a pretty good following, man. He had some dude on his show that was blowing the whistle, so to speak. You know how we talk about these directed energy weapons?
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about it when the fires started out in Hawaii. There was conspiracy theories, right, that these things were started with these directed energy weapons.
Right.
This guy was on a show, man, and he was saying down at the polls, dude, these are for real. He's saying some of this technology that we got would blow your mind. And these directed energy weapons are for real. And they can literally cause earthquakes. So you can believe the man or not believe him. Some of the things that they could be up to. Not only 10 million people I came across this border. Man, it's scary stuff, Steve.
Yes, it is.
But, I'm telling you, man, we'll see what happens with this power, man. I mean, one way to shut everybody up, right? One way to stop disinformation through the airways, shut the power down, man. You can't turn the TV on. You can't pull up the internet. You can't watch Mr. Steve Summers come at the midnight hour.
Everybody is censored automatically.
Everybody's in the dark, man. One way to stop it. All right. Took enough of your time, my man. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down. Have a great weekend. I'll be working.
Working. All right. I know it's going to be I think we got a freeze watch for Friday night into Saturday morning. Poor Miss Millie down there in Kentucky was talking about her peach blossoms, afraid that the freeze is going to kill them. That may indeed happen here into the weekend. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A federal judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to dismiss his case involving classified documents. Former President Trump argued that the case should be thrown out under the protection of the Presidential Records Act. However, the judge stated in her ruling that the charges Trump sought to dismiss were not dependent on this statute. During a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday, President Biden expressed his concern regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for the Prime Minister, stated that the Israeli government is diligently addressing the crisis.
We all agree that there has to be minimal civilian suffering, minimal civilian casualties in Gaza, and we're working taking unprecedented steps to reach these goals.
President Biden specifically addressed the recent airstrikes that resulted in the deaths of 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, deeming them unacceptable. He urged Israel to initiate negotiations for a ceasefire. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week, with the possibility of more to come. Layoffs are on the horizon for Amazon. USA's Corey Myers has more.
Amazon says it's cutting hundreds of jobs in its cloud computing unit, AWS, as part of what they call a strategic shift. The tech team that oversees the actual physical Amazon stores will lose a few hundred people, plus several hundred roles in the AWS sales, marketing, and global service organization.
Thieves stole $30 million from a cash storage facility in Sylmar, Los Angeles on Easter Sunday. The facility, which serves businesses across Southern California, was targeted by an experienced burglary crew. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Meteorologists are forecasting an extremely active hurricane season ahead. Colorado State University researchers anticipate 23 named storms and 11 hurricanes, with 5 potentially reaching major Category 3 or higher status. The increased activity is attributed to unusually warm waters in the tropical Atlantic and a probable shift to a La Niña climate pattern. The hurricane season begins on June 1st. Bill Clinton plans to publish a memoir titled Citizen, My Life After the White House later this year, recounting his experiences since leaving the presidency. He describes it as a narrative of his 23-plus years post-Oval Office, featuring the stories of individuals who influenced him as he aimed to impact their lives. The book is scheduled for release on November 19th, 2 weeks following this year's presidential election. Another Alabama hospital plans on stopping all IVF treatments by the end of this year. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
On Wednesday, Mobile Infirmary said it will no longer be able to offer in vitro fertilization services due to litigation concerns surrounding the treatment. This after Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that anyone who destroys frozen embryos can be held liable for wrongful death.
Disney Plus is following in the footsteps of its competitor Netflix. In a CNBC interview Thursday, Disney CEO Bob Iger announced that the streaming service will begin implementing measures to curb password sharing beginning this summer. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Seeing as it is a Friday, thanks to Dingbat, we've got a couple of Hero of the Week scenarios. And we do have a couple of DA of the Week nominees as well. But let me start things off this hour. Weather has been, the focus has been the central and eastern portions of the country much of this week. Severe weather and then the big nor'easter. Let's take a look out west. Brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. California residents and southwestern U.S. motorists prepare for slippery travel over the passes, while some thunderstorms could be feisty as well. Disruptions to outdoor plans are likely, and travel may be slow in some cases due to the winter-like storm pivoting into the west. This is an unusually cold storm moving slowly through California and the southwestern U.S. to start the weekend. And this is going to push freezing levels probably to the lowest point of the entire cold weather season. That means it's going to be snowing over the passes in Southern California. Snow levels beginning to drop into the day today. Dipping to about 2,500 feet in the central Sierra Nevada, about 3,000 feet or so in the transverse mountains and the coast ranges in Southern California. Now, they're saying 1 to 2 feet of snow on the Sierra Nevada, 6 to 12 inches slippery travel over Donner Pass along I-80. Heavy-duty snow removal equipment should be able to keep up with this storm, keeping that pass open, barring any accidents. But travel may be slow and down to one lane at times. Snow will be in the air at times over the passes of Southern California. Over Cajon and Tejon passes in Southern California. Little to no accumulation for most of the roads. Could be some slippery spots over the crest of the passes, though, especially into early Friday. We will see some thunderstorms erupting over the region. The air aloft, quite cold, and possibly the coldest of the entire winter season. That's going to provide a recipe for clouds to bubble up and develop into gusty showers and thunderstorms, mainly during the midday and afternoon hours here on Friday. Some of those stronger storms may produce some small hail and damaging winds at the local level. Other than the thunderstorm activity, rain in most cases will be unremarkable with this storm. Some localized downpours may lead to some brief highway flooding, but nothing like what some of those storms we saw back in the heart of winter brought in. Sacramento, following high temperatures in the mid-50s, wind chills in the 30s and 40s at times, should rebound into the 60s over the weekend and back into the 70s early next week. So it's going to be kind of a chilly day today. Further south in L.A., highs will only be in the 50s for Friday. Clouds and showers. Back near 70, sunshine returns by Monday. Your typical low high is in the lower 70s this time of year in L.A. So stormy conditions out west. Heroes of the Week. Let's start with Atlanta, Georgia. University of Georgia students being hailed as heroes for their life-saving action. 5 freshmen jumped into action when responding to a rollover crash in Burke County, which is more than 2 hours from the campus. The young woman did more than just call 911 when they knew help was needed. Had any second gone by more, who knows what would have happened. One student said she and 4 other UGA students were driving to Savannah, never anticipating their road trip would turn into a dramatic rescue. While on the road, they noticed a white SUV roll over near a creek. The students say that's when they turned around and headed toward the crash scene. We just see a vehicle submerged in the middle of a creek and sinking more and more by the second. So we just throw our stuff aside without much hesitation and jump in. The college freshmen say a mother and her 2 children were in the car. They helped pull the woman's 8-year-old and 4-year-old children out of the sinking SUV. We're standing on top of the car, and we eventually get this super heavy waterlocked door open. Once the kids were out of the car, the job was not over. One student said, I was a lifeguard in high school, so I know CPR. Jumping into action after they helped pull the 4-year-old out, performing CPR. Eventually, he came to, started crying and breathing. It was obviously a surreal experience. The Berks County Sheriff's Office publicly praising the students' courageous actions. The quick thinking and bravery of these women is absolutely admirable. We're grateful you were in the right place at the right time. The students say they hope this is just a reminder that anybody can make a difference. All right. That's a positive scenario. And one other quickly in New Orleans, a school bus driver being praised for evacuating the children on her bus moments before it went up in flames. Kia Rusev said she knew something wasn't right when the bus started losing power. Moments after she pulled over, a bystander ran up to let her know that flames were coming from underneath the vehicle. She jumped into action, gathered the group of kindergarten through 8th grade students, leading them off the bus. Video shows within moments the front of the bus was completely engulfed in fire. We could have lost our lives. That's what I've been thinking a lot. Every time I look at the pictures, my seat was the first thing that caught on fire, the bus driver says. She credits a mother's instinct for the quick action. I put my motherhood on. I have a child, so I thought about them kids like it was my own child. So her action saved her lives and the lives of 9 children aboard the bus. Heroes of the Week here on a Friday morning. All right, let's see. Is that Mr. Senor Heatwave?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Senor. How you doing?
What's happening?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just cruising through the out the eastern edges of Amarillo, heading back to Apple Turkey. Oh, I was watching Hannity earlier this evening, and apparently RFK Jr. is more of a leftist loon than what we have in the White House already. Did you by chance see any of that or hear about that?
I can't say that I did, no.
He's probably sleeping or getting ready. You know, I had the TV on, and then I was seeing they got the little bar down there saying, and I thought, my goodness, this world is absolutely going nuts. It's bizarro world, And when are the right-minded thinking people going to take over? I mean, Biden said he was going to be the great peacemaker and bring everybody together. He has done more to widen this gap between the left and the right. I mean, there is no more middle of the road. It's just, I don't know. It's something I've not seen before, and I'm sure a lot of us have not. But, I mean, it is a scary proposition of what can happen and what might happen if Trump wins. And I really believe he will. And he has shown, whether people like him or not, Trump has shown that he can get the job done simply because he is a businessman and not a politician. And if we had more people with that mindset of running this country as a business, as it should have been, then we would be so much better off. Oh, what else has been going on? Well, we talked about the veterans getting booted out of the veterans home there in Massachusetts. And, being turned over to illegal aliens. For a group of people that have broken the laws, they are sure living the life of Riley off of our backs, our blood, sweat, and tears, being out here. I mean, I've got 10, or theoretically, I got 10 more years before I can retire. Well, with everything being equal, yeah, that would be nice. But I mean, I'm going to have to continue working till the day I die to provide for Lady Heatwave, to make sure that she is taken care of. I mean, I've got bills that I can't pay even after all this time, with the yellow really taking a severe turn for the worse with a lot of us out there with their closure. I mean, I am like $500 away from paying last month's mortgage payment, and then I'm working on this month. I've got 4 credit card bills that I can't pay right now. But if you're an illegal alien, you don't have to worry about medical. You don't have to worry about paying for a cell phone. You don't have to worry about housing. You don't have to worry about spending money. It's a crying damn shame. And there are people on the left that think that's just fine and dandy. Well, what are they going to do when they find out that the benefits that were supposed to be for them as well are not available to them? Then what are they going to do? Well, they can't blame Trump. Trump, for a man who is trying his hardest to work for the country and make life better, he sure is catching hell from the other half of the ungrateful people. You got Hillary Clinton sitting there spouting off, well, he's got 91, charges against him. Yeah, well, how many of those are by Democrat judges, DAs? I don't think there's a Republican out there that's charged him with anything. Did you see where, what's that woman's name, Joey Behar, the part of the cackle of hens there on the View,
right? What
she pulled to Joe Biden?
What's she do now?
Yeah, I guess she fell off the stage.
That's great.
So, and I didn't realize she was 80 years old. But, she just said her bet missed a seat. I guess as she was trying to sit down, and whoops, there she went. So, and so Whoopi Goldberg to sit there and say that anyone asking you if you're better off 4 years ago than you are now, she's just saying that's preposterous. Well, she may not be hurting because she's made her millions. But for the rest of us, blue collar working Joes out here, we have yet to make our mark to where we could retire. I mean, right now, truck drivers are the first ones to see whether or not, we're in a recession or not. We're the first ones to be hurt when the economy goes to crap. And we're the first ones to see when the economy starts turning around for the better. Biden's saying, everything's working good. Stock markets are great. Well, I seem to remember his boss Pryor saying he didn't put any stock in the stock market. That wasn't a sign as to whether or not the country was in good shape or not. Now, granted it's 39,000 plus. I guess I don't know if it's 38,000 now, but that's a pretty good number for the stock market. The problem is it's high tech that's making profit.
Well,
the rest of the blue collar jobs are not.
We saw a 500-point drop yesterday. We saw a 300 and some point drop the day before that. I mean, and then they're talking about the interest rates that we're not going to see interest rate cuts this year. It's not all hunky dory. Bidenomics is not doing well. Then I talked about gas prices real quick before I get to a timeout here. The national average for a gallon of regular unleaded up and away, topped $3.54 a gallon. We're talking gas prices up 45% under Joe Biden. The AAA's numbers from yesterday. In the past month, gas prices up 20 cents, about $1 more expensive than it was when Trump left office. Gas prices remain high, could go higher due to industry and political factors. Biden's economic war on energy independence, the instability in the Middle East and Ukraine, all factors playing in. According to Goldman Sachs, they're telling us gas prices could hit $4 a gallon by next month, by May. There are a number of factors. So you have this expectation that OPEC's going to continue with their production cuts, the increased tensions in the Middle East that are sending prices higher. Now, right after that, I saw the report from Bloomberg that says oil extended their advances due to the escalating tensions in the Middle East after blowing past the $90 per barrel threshold this past day. The global benchmark Brent crude rose toward $91 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate was at about 87. Israel has increased preparations for a potential retaliation by Tehran after Monday's strike on an Iranian diplomatic compound in Syria. Fears that this conflict is going to suddenly expand. Crude oil is up 18% this year so far. OPEC Plus supply restrictions. There's still healthy demand out there. The conflict between Israel and Hamas, the Houthi attacks on shipping in the Red Sea, everything pushing costs higher. The ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas, which could see the release of hostages, is still deadlocked. So with that $90 per barrel threshold, you can almost assuredly expect, in very short order, the price is going up. And again, Bloomberg says we're back to $4 a gallon, possibly by May. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, then we've been talking about the truck leasing task force. And apparently, OOIDA this past day said they have sent several recommendations to that task force, calling it a long-standing problem in the industry. OOIDA is supportive of efforts to end the predatory lease purchase agreements. We know what a lease purchase agreement is. While the purported goal of these agreements is for the driver to own the truck and become a full-fledged owner-operator at the end of the lease, they rarely work out that way. As we know, in the end, drivers are paid pennies on the dollar with little chance of ever owning the truck and no independence. And this system pushes individuals who actually desire a career in trucking out of the industry. And that's what's contributing to a lot of the driver churn. Some of the recommendations they have submitted that, number one, all leasing agreements must include language explicitly defining exclusivity with the leaser. Leasing agreements must include a documented financial structure that fairly demonstrates the progress of lease payments. Number three, leasing arrangements must contain protections to prevent individuals from being coerced into signing contracts they don't understand. And lastly, federal agencies must establish a centralized office to ensure compliance with leasing regulations and provide oversight of the leasers. Representing the small business truckers said many of their members and other drivers have been victimized by these predatory arrangements. And we support the task force efforts. Some of these deals are nothing more than inequitable financial scams that push individuals who desire a career in trucking out of the industry. So the comments from OOIDA. We'll get a news break in here and more to come, rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden expressed his dissatisfaction with the humanitarian conditions in Gaza during a 30-minute phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
The results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable.
Blinken said the president urged Netanyahu to outline tangible measures aimed at mitigating civilian casualties and ensuring the safety of aid workers within Israel. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week. The only thing that can ruin the eclipse on April 8th? Clouds, and some are expected to show up. Texas and Ohio might not be the best spots thanks to the weather forecast that is calling for significant cloud cover. John Schaefer, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know. What do you think? I'm thinking this had to be some sort of an inside job. Getting away with $30 million? Yeah, that was Easter Sunday. Thieves stole as much as $30 million in a burglary at a Los Angeles money storage facility, one of the largest cash heists in city history. Sunday night at an unnamed facility in the Silmar area of San Fernando Valley, where cash from businesses across the region is handled and stored, according to the LA police. Burglars were able to breach the building as well as the safe where the money was stored. The operators of the business, who police did not identify, didn't discover the massive theft until they opened the vault on Monday. Now, the Times said the break-in was among the largest cash burglaries in Los Angeles history and actually surpassed any armored car heist in this city as well. I remember about 2 years ago, as much as $100 million in jewels and other valuables were stolen from a Brinks big rig at a Southern California truck stop, and they say the thieves haven't been caught. Yeah, how do you get into the safe like that? Easter Sunday, where's all the surveillance cameras? Come on, something's not adding up there. But well, good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, listening audience, listening all over the United States and all over the world, to Sylvester Down in Australia, to the Rainmaker in Singapore. I think he ain't he from Singapore or living out there now?
Thailand, yeah.
Ain't that it? Thailand. Thank you, Thailand. That's right. To everyone else all over the world and the beloved United States of America. You know what? Here's a secret. Here's a big secret. Lock down the prisons, and prisoners raised all up in arms by that. We can't see the eclipse. Here's a secret: don't do stupid crimes. You do crimes, you go to the hoosegow. And when you belong to the hoosegow, you are now the property of that state or property of the federal government. You have no more rights. So yeah, just don't do stupid things. That's all there is to it. Get off the drugs, take that one step of faith, one step program, one leap of faith, give your heart to Jesus Christ. Let the shackles of addiction fall off of you. There's plenty of jobs out there, plenty of companies that hire convicted felons. I mean, my God, you got a trucking company called Western Express that literally in the state of Alabama has recruiters go into prisons and hire good felons to come drive an 18-wheeler. God rest his soul, my brother was one of them. Western Express flatbed company. They'll hire you fresh out of prison. So, hey, don't do stupid things.
No.
That's a good story you read about the heroes of the highway and how that woman, saw that bus catch on fire and let the driver know. That's awesome. We need more stories like that, real heroes,
Yes.
But, yes, sir, man. Well, I tell you, it's just, I'm down here in the bayou in Independence, Louisiana, and looking forward to this weekend, Steve. I sure am, and it is eclipse weekend. And I think where I live, Mobile and Port City, we're going to be in 85% totality. So, it'll be like it was, back in 2017. We'll almost get it, but then it'll start going away. So, yeah, for what it's worth, But now, if I'm still alive on August 23rd, 2044, if you look at the map, guess where that eclipse passes through? I have to be alive still.
Okay, where is
it? It passes right through, the path of totality is right through Mobile, Alabama. So, hey, if Jesus don't come, if we're not raptured out of here, if I'm still alive, which I pray to God that I am, hey, I'll be able to see it then. But knowing my luck, it'll be storming, raining, or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, years ago, I forget the commercial, Steve. It was this guy. He was like an old man. He waited his whole life to see this fireball comet, and he was at the astronomy. He was at the observatory, and I don't know. He had like bad gum or something, and everything. The fireball passed over. The comet passed over. He totally missed it. He's like, what did I miss it? And the little smart aleck kid said, hey, folks are living longer. You'll be able to see it again, maybe. I don't know, So, but anyway, Steve, you have had a great show tonight, and I appreciate you, chiming in. Allow me to make the post on your fan page about the Lone Ranger. We're definitely praying for him. If you could email me his real name, I'd like to put his real name on our prayer list. That way, we can call it out Sunday, because if I just go up there and say, pray for the Lone Ranger, post it, don't listen to the show, they're going to be scratching
Who is
their
the
heads
Lone
saying,
Ranger,
huh?
right? Yeah. And Tonto, right?
Yeah, who is the Lone Ranger? Yeah, exactly. Does he have a horse named Silver? So, yeah, if you could email me his real name or text message me, just whatever you want to do. That way I can put him on the list. We're definitely praying for him. God bless him, And he has, man. He's been a long time caller. I remember listening to him. And so many others, Boss Hog, Hollywood, Dirty Harry. And let's not forget about Dirty Harry also. I think he come up cancer-free, but I saw a post here maybe almost a month ago where I want to say he had to go do some more chemo. I'm not sure. I have to go find his Facebook page, go back in his archives, but let's keep him in prayer also. Also, Kim Drea, she's been battling some health issues along with Miss Millie and, so many others. Glad to hear Heat Wave's feeling better. We can actually understand. He don't sound like Robert Kennedy when he talks now,
Not as bad, yes.
And I'm not making fun of, and I'm not making fun of no one. Yeah, not as bad, but I'm glad he's doing better. We can actually understand him and everything, and he don't sound like Robert Kennedy now or Kermit the Frog when he talks, Anyway, but I hope you have a great weekend. I plan on having a great weekend, and you know what, Steve? We're going to have church this weekend, and you know where it's going to be at? Determined Ministries Church, and you know what? We do have a building. We have a seating capacity to seat 60 people, but, we're also online on Facebook. You can go to Facebook and look for us. Just type in Determined Ministries Church, and there will be. And we, Steve, we go live at 5 o'clock, man. And we just sing some of your good old gospel songs you grew up with, and some of your modern stuff. We'll sing those for you and just preach whatever the Lord gives us. And, I'm talking about the Lord and stuff. Now, I've read the Bible through and through. And I've never seen an eclipse mentioned in the Bible. Now, there was supposedly an eclipse when it says darkness covered the land between the 3rd hour and the 6th hour. Darkness, which is actually between 12 and 3, darkness covered the land. They said, we think, we suppose that is an eclipse. Then there's an instance in the book of Isaiah where the great prophet went and told King Hezekiah to get your house ready, that your life's going to be required of you. And Hezekiah, wailed against the wall and asked God for more time. And God heard his request, gave him 15 more years. And to prove that God heard him, he saw the shadow on the wall move down 2 hours. Then, of course, in Genesis, you see the creation of the sun, moon, and stars and everything like that. But, the only religious practices I ever know that go totally crazy when an eclipse was ancient Mayans and the ancient Incas and the ancient Aztecs that they go and start sacrificing people.
Right.
Mel Gibson made a movie here.
Yes, Apocalypto.
What was the name of that movie, Steve?
Apocalypto.
Thank you. Apocalypse Now.
That was Apocalypto.
Yeah, man, you know what that... Okay, Apocalypto.
Yep,
wow.
Yep.
I remember watching that movie. It was well done. And it goes to show you what they used to do. The population was running so short, they'd have to go off and send hunters to other Indian, to other nations to hunt people just to sacrifice, and they would sacrifice to that eclipse happened, and then they felt, well, our gods are satisfied enough. So let's say plan on getting out there and doing that. Yeah, I remember, that kid, Jag, his name was Jaguars, Paul. Wasn't that right?
I believe, yes.
He was the one, yeah, I believe. Good movie. Man, it was a good movie. Also, before I get off there, another good movie, and I watched this at Gilligan's request. Man, it was good, called The Last Battalion. The Lost Battalion. The Lost, starred old Ricky Schroeder as Captain Sweeney. And that was a good movie. So if you got time to watch that over the weekend, watch that. Very sad what our boys went through in World War I. And what really impressed me was the carrier pigeons. How they would use the pigeons to get the messages back and forth. So other than that, Steve, once again, we are going to be having church, and you are more than welcome to come on and be a part of us. And, we're a church for you. Everybody's welcome. And if you're up Sunday, there's going to be another show that comes on at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Steve, what's the name of that show?
All right, but if all goes according to plan, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will be live at the midnight hour Are we going to call that Eclipse Monday?
Eclipse. Let's just call it Eclipse Monday. And I tell you what, I don't know if the song by is it Bonnie Tyler and Meatloaf? Not Bonnie Tyler. It might be it. Total Eclipse of the Heart.
All right.
We should open
I
up
remember
with
that
that.
one. Yeah.
But yeah, you might get into some copyright infringements and get muted on Facebook and stuff like that. So. Yeah, it would be kind of cool to open up with Total Eclipse of the Heart. But yes, and God's children, do yourself a favor. Call in Monday. Matter of fact, call in tonight. Be a first-time caller. Get yourself a free $60 voucher from Hot Shot Secret that you can go to their website at hotshotsecret.com and spend and do your vehicle and yourself a favor and treat it with Hot Shot Secret. Steve, I love you, my brother, and everyone else out there, I love you. And remember, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And everyone, practice safety while watching the eclipse. Don't burn your corneas and have permanent retinal damage. Anyways, we love you. God bless you. We'll see you on Eclipse Monday.
Eclipse Monday. There
That's
you go.
Not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so yes, Eclipse Monday. It's only Friday. Weather forecasts are always subject to change. But according to AccuWeather, forecasters are expecting an increase in aerial coverage of clouds, showers, and thunderstorms from late Monday to Tuesday over the southern plains. So, a lot of folks headed home immediately after the totality event. May encounter wet roads, poor visibility on the highway. In some cases, rain may ramp up to the point where localized flooding is possible. And even some thunderstorms could be heavy or severe. Strong winds, dangerous lightning, hail, and maybe a few tornadoes could threaten those traveling back home the night of April 9th and during the day, or the night of April 8th and during the day on the 9th. Especially in Texas, north of Interstate 10. Could see storms developing as well in western Oklahoma, western Kansas, and northwestern Texas. Looks like drenching rain and gusty thunderstorms will become more widespread over the lower part of the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys as well. Maybe some clouds and showers extending across portions of the Ohio Valley and the interior Northeast. Just all kinds of sound. It all just kind of seems to be adding up to, it doesn't necessarily look like it's going to be the greatest forecast for Eclipse Monday. Good morning, Eagle. Are you on board this Friday?
Yeah, I'm here right now. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. May have to go through the break. Look like. Yeah, Steve, I got a lot of things that I've seen over the last couple of days that definitely need to be addressed and talked about. The first thing I want to talk about is Donald Trump. Donald Trump in the news again. Seems like he's in the news every day with this Biden administration, what they got going down. Okay, so like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, these losers are still trying to bring up the case with Stormy Daniels, a washed-up porno star by a fat boy in New York brag. A bogus. You talk about a guy that needs to be out of a job. Him and Letitia James and Bragg, both of them are the lowest of the lowest scum, Steve, of what they're trying to do to Donald Trump. They got a gag order on Trump because he knows information about the family of the judge, which is a Democratic supporter. What a surprise. Plus, they're receiving over $10 million book deals. The whole deal. You mean to tell me, Steve, they couldn't have found, just like with the other dude, just like with the other loser in the other case where he owed $175. You mean to tell me they can't find another judge, Steve, that's not affiliated with Democratic Party in New York? So Donald Trump, he's going up against some crooked people, Steve. Some very crooked people. And I'm very concerned about the election in 2024. If they held the election right now, Steve, Donald Trump would walk away. People even on the TV, they're talking about it. they're not giving you the true numbers. I told you people before, don't listen to these polls that you hear and see on television. These guys they support the Democrats. They're going to lie and tell you that Joe Biden is running neck and neck with Trump, and that's nothing but a damn lie. People are jumping. People are leaving. Blacks and even Hispanic people are jumping off Donald Trump's Biden's bandwagon. Steve, nobody wants to be associated with him. A loser. How they can say Donald Trump and Biden are running neck and neck 48-47 is nothing but a damn lie, and it needs to be stopped. Like I told you a couple of days ago, Donald Trump got to be at least 60-40, maybe 70-30 for Donald Trump. And those 30 people, those 30% of people that supporting Joe Biden, they don't even count. They ought to be ashamed of themselves as far as I'm concerned. But Steve, you got a true hint. If anybody was wondering what type of individual votes for Joe Biden, you got your answer the last two nights when you put that loser Sundance on your show. You see the stupidity of that guy every time he makes a phone call to your show. So go ahead and call in tonight, Sundance. I haven't had nothing to laugh about all day long, my man. Call in tonight so I can laugh at your ass again. Well, the whole time you're talking, I'm sitting there laughing, about to fall out of my damn truck. I'm laughing so hard. You're one of the stupidest individuals I've ever heard on Steve's show, and I've been listening to him for a long time. You at the top of the list, my man. So you have accomplished one thing, Sundance. You're at the very top of the list of stupid ass callers on Steve's show. So here's how it goes, Steve. Those are the people that support a man like Joe Biden, an individual like him. And like I said, the ones that I really feel bad for, Steve, are the ones that voted for Joe Biden in 2020. And believe it or not, guess who they're going to vote for in 2024? The same loser, even though the man has the border wide open, even though everything is overpriced. A bag of potato chips, you know how much a bag of chips costs now, Steve, at the grocery store? $6 to $7 for a bag of damn potato chips. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I see it every time I go into the grocery. Now, real quick, we do have to get to a break coming up here, but I do know that I think it was last night or the night before, Sundance did say we all need to vote for RFK Jr., Kennedy Jr., not Biden. I'll give him that, but 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Is RFK any better than Biden? If he is, it ain't by much. All right, so we'll take care of that news break here. In our final hour, we've talked several updates throughout this week about the bird flu. The bird flu being found in, there's a human case now being found in cows and other animals. And so what's going on? The Centers for Disease Control said they're taking this really seriously. We'll give you what they had to say this past day coming up in our final hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A federal judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to dismiss his case involving classified documents. Former President Trump argued that the case should be thrown out under the protection of the Presidential Records Act. However, the judge stated in her ruling that the charges Trump sought to dismiss were not dependent on this statute. During a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday, President Biden expressed his concern regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for the Prime Minister, stated that the Israeli government is diligently addressing the crisis.
We all agree that there has to be minimal civilian suffering, minimal civilian casualties in Gaza, and we're working taking unprecedented steps to reach these goals.
President Biden specifically addressed the recent airstrikes that resulted in the deaths of 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, deeming them unacceptable. He urged Israel to initiate negotiations for a ceasefire. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week, with the possibility of more to come. Layoffs are on the horizon for Amazon. USA's Corey Myers has more.
Amazon says it's cutting hundreds of jobs in its cloud computing unit, AWS, as part of what they call a strategic shift. The tech team that oversees the actual physical Amazon stores will lose a few hundred people, plus several hundred roles in the AWS sales, marketing, and global service organization.
Thieves stole $30 million from a cash storage facility in Sylmar, Los Angeles on Easter Sunday. The facility, which serves businesses across Southern California, was targeted by an experienced burglary crew. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Meteorologists are forecasting an extremely active hurricane season ahead. Colorado State University researchers anticipate 23 named storms and 11 hurricanes, with 5 potentially reaching major Category 3 or higher status. The increased activity is attributed to unusually warm waters in the tropical Atlantic and a probable shift to a La Niña climate pattern. The hurricane season begins on June 1st. Bill Clinton plans to publish a memoir titled Citizen, My Life After the White House later this year, recounting his experiences since leaving the presidency. He describes it as a narrative of his 23-plus years post-Oval Office, featuring the stories of individuals who influenced him as he aimed to impact their lives. The book is scheduled for release on November 19th, 2 weeks following this year's presidential election. Another Alabama hospital plans on stopping all IVF treatments by the end of this year. USA's Ryan Dan Daniels has more.
On Wednesday, Mobile Infirmary said it will no longer be able to offer in vitro fertilization services due to litigation concerns surrounding the treatment. This after Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that anyone who destroys frozen embryos can be held liable for wrongful death.
Disney Plus is following in the footsteps of its competitor Netflix. In a CNBC interview Thursday, Disney CEO Bob Iger announced that the streaming service will begin implementing measures to curb password sharing beginning this summer. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, we'll get that final hour underway. On a Friday. All right, Final Four coming up this weekend. Yes, indeed, Major League Baseball, a full weekend now. And I left off there at the top of the hour. Here's what the Centers for Disease Control's talking about: the bird flu outbreak. We are taking it very seriously as fears grow of the virus jumping from cattle to humans. As this week, a farm worker in Texas becoming the second person in the U.S. ever to become infected with the H5N1 strain of the bird flu. They believe he caught it from an infected cow. It's also the first time the virus has been detected in cattle, and that's been the growing thing. Really, right now, I think they're trying to get a handle on how many cattle may have this. CDC Director Mandy Cohen said they're monitoring the situation very closely. Dairy farms in Idaho, Kansas, Michigan, New Mexico, Texas, all now struggling with outbreaks. That just means more opportunity, though, for this virus to mutate and change. That's what we want to make sure we're staying ahead of. Wednesday of this week, the World Health Organization confirmed that they're in close contact with the CDC. In regards to this, any case of H5N1 is concerning because it's highly dangerous to humans. Now, that's what the World Health Organization said. In both cases of humans catching this here, the first individual suffered nothing worse than fatigue. The current case, symptoms are just, I believe it was red eyes. It's not like they're deathly sick. They're being treated with antibiotics, so I'm not sure where they're coming from with that. Now, the White House said they're also monitoring the situation. President Biden is up to date. Now, the World Health Organization, the CDC said what we've learned through COVID is that viruses change. We need to stay ahead of it. That's why we and the whole of the U.S. government are taking this seriously and monitoring very closely. This case, a case of human-to-human spread, has never been seen in the U.S. the version of the avian flu that we're seeing in the cattle and in this one human case is the same strain that we have seen previously in birds. We've never seen that spread human to human, though. As far as the person in Texas this week, they have mild symptoms and they're recovering well. The CDC is checking people who may have been in close contact with that infected individual. They said they're also working closely with state and local partners to detect further infections in cattle on dairy farms. Now, this virus spreads naturally in wild birds, ducks, and geese, then to chickens and other domesticated poultry. Yeah, the bird flu virus drawing attention today, the type A H5N1. I mean, this has been around since 1959, first detected in 1959. But like other viruses, it has evolved over time, spawning newer versions of itself. Since 2020, it has been spreading, now they say, among more animal species, including the likes of dogs and cats, skunks, bears, even seals and porpoises in scores of countries. I don't know if they're trying to hype this up. I mean, we all clearly remember what unfolded with the COVID pandemic that was going to kill us all. There are some out there right now even trying to say if this mutates to where it could be a human to human, it'll be 100 times worse than COVID. I'm like, come on now. I'm not the medical expert. Could be, maybe not. Then we all kind of say, oh, no, what do we have coming up? It's an election year. Are we going to have to go to mail-in voting? Just things that cross your mind. Is that conspiratorial? Is it? What's going on, Brain Dead?
Round two, Steve. You know, I missed a few points on some of the stuff that I talked about earlier. Now, when we were talking earlier about Stuart Haas losing, going down from 4 cars to 3 cars, the one thing I forgot is these charters. They have 4 charters. These charters are very highly sought after and bring a lot of money, between $40 and $50 million. Now, they rumors around is if they do sell off one of these charters, Trackhouse Racing, 23andI Racing, and Legacy Motorsports are looking to expand. But the one to look for, Dale Jr., has talked like the last year or so of going to Cup. So this is going to be one, like I said, this is going to be the story to watch for the rest of the season. Now, also too, when we were talking about the basketball game, the Louisiana governor said on Twitter that there should be a policy that requires the student athletes to be there for the national anthem or lose their scholarship, and I'll agree to that. I mean, if the NCAA penalizes you if you run out on the court or the stadium or whatever, they ought to do the same thing here. Now, did you see the no-hitter that happened on April Fool's Day, Steve?
Didn't see it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, Ronel Blanco had the first no-hitter with the Astros against the Blue Jays. So now I'll say something decent about the Blue Jays. But let me get over here to the lovely basketball NBA, because I know our friend Santa Claus is listening, and I hope he'll remember me this Christmas time and not cheat me out and stuff. But we're about 10 days away from the end of the season here, and the Kings are fluctuating between the 6th and 8th spot in the West. But it's been difficult to keep that playoff spot. You know, Trey Lyle and Sasha, whatever his last name, I can't pronounce it, one of them Russian names, they're coming back from injuries. However, Malik Monk has a sprained right MCL and will be out another 4 to 6 weeks after Luka Doncic landed on his knee on March the 24th. Monk is up for the the six-man award in the NBA, but they'll also be without Kevin Hunter, who also underwent shoulder surgery. Now, the thing about this, though, they're in the playoffs, but the question is, how far will they go with these guys out? Now, I heard old Brother Rambler there for a minute. Brother Rambler there for a minute. Good to hear him. I don't know if he's followed up on his Red Wings or not, but there's 7 games left in the season. The time is running out. At the start of the season, it was projected that the Red Wings, along with the Sabres and Senators, would make the playoffs. However, the Wings are the only ones who can make it. The chances of making the playoffs are slowly going away. But good news for the Wings is Philadelphia Flyers is on a little bit of a skid, and the Red Wings will play 2 of their 6 final games against playoff teams. If the Red Wings can make the playoffs, that would mean a better pick in the draft, which means they can get a better player. But now, I know you don't follow hockey, so you probably wouldn't see this, Steve.
The big fight?
The game between... I'm sorry?
The big fight? The Devils and the Rangers?
Yeah. Start 2 seconds into the game.
Yes.
There's 10 players. 4 from each team got ejected. However, the goalies did not participate. So that's kind of the sports beat for today. But Steve, I need to tell you something. You remember I made them Cincinnati chili 5 ways and 6 ways here a while back.
Right.
We now have an addict on our hands.
Oh yeah, she likes them.
I was getting ready to do the No. I went to go do the grocery shopping, and we always sit down beforehand and go, okay, what are we going to do Saturday night, Sunday night? Saturday, Sunday. She goes, well, I've been having a hankering for something. Now, the first thing that popped in my mind, I can't repeat on the radio because you'll probably, kick me off. I said, okay, well, what is it? She says, I want some of that Cincinnati chili 5 ways. So guess what I get to do, Steve? Cincinnati's chili 5-way. But have a good weekend, buddy. We'll see you on Monday.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I forgot to ask Brother Rambler about it. He's the big hockey fan. I mean, they dropped the puck. So the game, 2 seconds. There hadn't even been any actual play. It's almost like this was totally, I don't know, was it premeditated? That these teams were going to go at it? Madison Square Gardens. In just 2 seconds, players from both teams had each already chosen their opponent and squared up. Punches being thrown. Of course, there's more fighting going on. There's not enough officials to go around to try to get things back in order. So the videos have gone viral. 8 of the 10 players involved were ejected from the game. Yeah, they give all the names of who was kicked out, but the tension wasn't even isolated just to the players, as the Rangers coach and the later recorded jawing with the Devils interim coach. Now, they never actually came to throwing punches, but they stayed on their benches, but just a lot of emotions more than anything, according to the Rangers coach. There's obviously a little bit of tension, a little something between these two teams, Rangers and the Devils. But that's a good old, as in my younger years, as a young hockey fan, when you went to a hockey game, that's kind of what you were expecting. You were anticipating. That's what you were kind of waiting for. It's like NASCAR when you're watching Daytona or Talladega. You're waiting for the big one, essentially. You know it's going to happen at some point in time. You're waiting for that fight to break out. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do we got? 20 past the hour on a Friday, TGIF. Maybe we can honor Eagle's request. Hello, Sundance.
How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing...
Happy Casual Friday.
Yes, sir. How about you?
I'm good. I see a picture of your family. Was that an Easter picture you posted on your Facebook?
Oh, that's a couple of years old. That was when we were the last time we were on a cruise. So I think that was 2019.
Oh, okay. All right. And if you got my number there, can you text that to Senior Heatwave, and I'll do what I can to help him cover his credit card bills.
I don't know that he'd be willing to put a hand out for you there, Sundance.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm offering, so that's all I want to say. And y'all have a great weekend and enjoy yourself. And last night's call, sorry about that, but I do love what I do. I'm passionate for these other drivers. I'm just tired of the abuse that goes on out here to the drivers, and I'm just trying to wake them up to let them know it's my lawsuit's still going. I caught them. See, they're trying to make me pay for the truck that I turned in. This is another twist to the lease purchase, saying that they couldn't lease the truck to nobody else. And but there's when you're smart, you can figure out some things. And I had the number to my box on my pre-pass, so I happened to call up pre-pass and get all the tolls that truck had been on after I turned the truck in. The truck was on the road 2 weeks after I turned it in, and they used it throughout the year. Now, why you want to try to make me pay you $160,000 for a truck that I turned in on a lease purchase? Because you tried to starve me out because I questioned your state confirmations. It's sad. I mean, like I said, I had the best. My truck actually made the company $1.25 million in a 2-year period, running 300,000 miles. And they paid me 50%. Now, my contract said 70%, but they only paid me 50%. The way they were doing the math, the way they were doing the fuel surcharge, and then out of that half, I had to pay all the expenses,
right?
Which was about another $300,000 for the truck and my fuel, not counting the oil changes that I didn't get done at their shop. I got them done up there, and I think it's Johnny's up there in Effingham, one of the best places. I mean, did good service.
You know, I took care of my truck. I used the Hot Shot diesel. That Hot Shot diesel made me so much money, they figured they could steal some.
So real quick, I mean, Sundance, what do you think about this truck leasing task force? There are some suggesting that the model of the truck lease purchase, the whole model should just be just kill it. It doesn't work.
Well, here's one way that you can really try to fix it is when they lease you a truck, put your name on the title. And that way, when you don't work out there, you can take that truck and go get you another job. And that'll stop that. If they put your name on the title that you're leasing it, that way they can't do the things they're doing. Because that way, when they start trying to starve you out, you just take the truck and go on down the road.
Yeah.
See, and that was another thing in my lawsuit. They said I couldn't take the truck with me.
Well, that's the whole premise of the lease deal anyway. They don't want you to pay that truck off. They want you to do what you did. They want you to leave that truck back to them, and they'll just make more money.
Well, right.
No, I mean, obviously.
No, they wanted me to stay there and work. See, here's the thing. They're just so greedy. I mean, if they would have paid me right, I still made them $125,000 a year for giving me freight. But this whole, I mean, that's what I'm telling you. The rates they had, my truck averaged $289 a mile on the hub, and that's great, you know. But that's not what I was supposed to get.
Yeah,
that's the problem. There's plenty of money there. And I think what I'm going to try to do once I win my lawsuit, I'm going to take my money, and I'm going to get my authority, and I'm going to anybody that wants to run under my authority can run under my authority, and you will negotiate your own price to the shipper. And what you're going to do, I don't want no money. You send me what you want to give me at the end of the month, or I don't. Whatever you send me, I'm grateful. If you need it at all, okay, but you can run under my authority and go I'll have my own load board. I'll have all these customers, and you need to charge them about whatever the price of diesel is what you need to run for, or $200 an hour.
$200 an hour,
and you'll be fine.
You'll have them lined up, knocking at the door there. Thank you, Sundance. Let me see. Several people had forwarded this. Times change. And companies, factories, everything gets older, right? And there comes a time to retire. The Quaker Oats Company announcing this week that they're closing their factory in Danville, Illinois. Now, we're talking upwards of 500 employees to be impacted. The mayor confirmed the news to the wider community, with the city officials saying today we learned that after 65 years of production in Danville, PepsiCo will close Quaker Oats effective June 8th of this year. They have already ceased production, but they say they will continue to pay their employees through that time. It shocks and saddens us. We will unite as a community to help those who've lost their employment. Tough times. I said he's not sure whether any of the affected employees are being transferred or if they're being laid off. A mass layoff, it's a terrible impact on the employees and their family. It causes a lot of anxiety in the community. But Chicago-based Quaker Oats, a unit of PepsiCo since 2001, opened this plant in 1969. In recent years, they've been making the Quaker Oats granola bars. They also made some cereal and pancake mix. But according to Quaker Oats, they had a granola bar recall back in December. They said it's time to consolidate manufacturing of that product into a newer facility. So there you go. I'll get a news break coming up, and back to your calls on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden expressed his dissatisfaction with the humanitarian conditions in Gaza during a 30-minute phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
The results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable.
Blinken said the president urged Netanyahu to outline tangible measures aimed at mitigating civilian casualties and ensuring the safety of aid workers within Israel. The first week of April is proving itself to be true to its reputation as one of the most turbulent periods for tornado activity. Meteorologists have verified the occurrence of over 20 tornadoes across a dozen states this week. The only thing that can ruin the eclipse on April 8th? Clouds, and some are expected to show up. Texas and Ohio might not be the best spots, thanks to the weather forecast that is calling for significant cloud cover. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. requested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so I guess it is indeed Casual Friday, right? Hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. It's like 47 Fort Wayne, 46 Sterling Heights today. Here we go on a Friday. Bring it on. Eclipse Monday. First, everybody have a great weekend. All right, Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. There's Steve in Columbus. Hello, all the listeners out there. Friday's finally here. We look forward to the close of another week. And the start of another weekend. No plans are set, so hopefully it's a nice, restful weekend. But here we got the car warmed up. The coffee's ready to go. Suppose it's time to head into town. One last route for this week. Enjoy the day and enjoy the weekend. Very good. You do the same. So on a Casual Friday, Horsefeather said Casual Friday does not mean you can drive your truck naked. He just wanted me to remind you of that, Scarecrow.
Why does he think he has to remind me about that?
I don't know.
It's sunk in by now, Steve.
Okay.
I've changed my ways just to appease, these horse feathers there, and doggone. Well, we'll have to go one-on-one and get this straightened out. Of immediate concern here, Steve, is there such a thing as ODing on throat lozenges? I've got the E. colas lined up across the dash here in hopes of not laying down on you like I had to last night there. So far, so good. In fact, the last one I popped in really quick. I'd forgotten to take the paper off of that one, but
whoops.
But we overcame. Price gouging. Talking about the big event Monday.
Yeah.
Is it any different than the Super Bowl? And you think even more local, Steve. I'm willing to bet during the truck show out at Louisville, I bet lodging went up 2 or 3-fold over normal, room rates and whatnot. That, the thought that lodging is skyrocketed up wherever the tracking of that eclipse is going to be. That's supply and demand. Unless it's in a national emergency, you can't run and hide from it. It's going to be there. I think I made note here, 3 or 4 weeks back. I did, with a tongue-in-cheek, I picked up one of those sets of the cardboard glasses there at our local Menards home center of all places. They had boxes of them lined up in front of the till. My bride, she hadn't even heard about that until last night. I told her, well, I got one of those. Now she said she wants one, so I'll drop another couple bucks. I think this is when I get back here this morning, and so she can say she has one. I got it more or less I can stick up on the bulletin board or just something to laugh about more than anything. There's no doubt they're printed "Made in China" on them, and Mr. John Menard, he's done a few unscrupulous things in the past, so I'm sure that these probably do not pass inspection, but they are what they are. Oh, let's see. Now that picture that I did send you there, Steve, that was actually, I took that off the back of the seat in front of me on the plane. You can only watch so many movies after a while, and so I went to the specs on what was going on at the very moment. And when I took that picture there, Steve, we'd already been in the air a couple hours. It was it's a little over 6,000 mile trip one way there, and so yeah, what first caught my eye was 69 below. Yeah, that's enough to cause a little frostbite. The least.
Right.
But what really caught my attention was that tailwind there at 100. I think it was 120.
122. I think it said.
123. Yeah. Okay. I mean that it already been factored into our flight time. Coming home, coming east, it peeled best part of 2 hours off of the flight. Such that it's funny we chased the sun, coming home. We actually flew back in time. We left Saturday about 5 p.m. If I remember right now, about 7 p.m. Saturday, and we arrived in Minneapolis about 5 p.m. Saturday. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Things you've never experienced in the past. And the price of, you talk about that run report about potential $4 gas in the future. I'm thinking, man, I'm going to have to hang on to that old Honda Civic a little longer and drop a few more coins in it to keep it going. But even a Honda Civic is a good-sized vehicle, over in South Korea, Steve. Everything is downsized. They don't need high-speed vehicles and such. I reflected on that last night. Prime example, and I will shoot you a photo, maybe not tonight, but I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So there's a little van that's manufactured over there. The thing isn't but it doesn't look more than about 4 foot wide. It looks like something that somebody would have pissed a couple truck drivers off running in the center of a 3-lane road, and they come together on them. It's humorous to see the thing. And Brandon said, yeah, they've got a 35 horsepower motor in the things. So, and there are a lot of speed bumps, in the area too. So every time they slow down for a speed bump, they got to wind that spring back up again to get the thing to go again. Why, if you're blessed to be behind that way, you are not in tall cotton by any means. Then there's so many things I thought about passing on, but I've shared in the past, Steve, a lot of what we experienced. It pretty much reaffirmed what Brandon has shared with us in the past, that South Korea is, I guess you'd almost have to call it a police state, in the fact that crime is so controlled. And there are cameras anywhere and everywhere. And where there's not cameras, there are, the police force is out there. And it's aggravating that they will not acknowledge your presence. In the U.S., you talk to somebody or greet somebody, you usually get at least a head nod.
Yeah.
They won't look at you for nothing.
Really?
But they don't have crime. They don't have crime there, Steve. Brandon, he said it was a headline story. It was within the last year. There was a stabbing in, it doesn't matter where it was, but the person was not killed, but that stabbing made national news. That was the headline story in the paper. And whatever, their system, it works. It works. Not to say that would ever go in our country with it. But either way, museums, they're, amazing. We look at history in the couple 100 years, 250 years, and even back to, the 1500 or so of Columbus. Well, the peninsula over there, they're looking at, BC, before Christ, and everything that they've been able to track and on display and such. But one thing, certainly stands out. There will always be warring between nations. We see it. It's been there all along. It's going to continue. And history proves itself. History repeats itself. And I guess, well, there's plenty of others I can share later on. But a person in leadership, the boss, supervisor, superintendent, whatever, he never truly leaves his job. And Stewie had, the 2 weeks, booked as off, for us to be there or whatnot. Well, then about a week prior to our arrival, he got a message that he was going to have to go into work. This would be last Thursday now. Well, we're hoping for better than worse. There was a half dozen U.S. senators and a rep and some other VIPs. They wanted to talk to him, at the air base, and they wanted to see one of the U-2 planes. They'd never seen this before, and I can only think, Steve, that I've shared in the past that U-2 program is supposed to come to an end next year, and the only way it can be altered if Congress steps in and finds the funds to extend the program. So now nobody asked my opinion on it. I was not invited to sit in, and Stewie did not say, I did not ask, and he did not offer up what was talked about. But we're just kind of speculating and hoping that maybe it will secure his position for another couple years over there, or a year and a half or such. But other than that, as I say, I'm blessed with COVID, so take that and run with it. Have a super, super weekend, Steve.
Yes, indeed.
I guess I can hang them glasses up, because I too plan on sleeping through the eclipse there. So, take care, man.
Just another day, right? Just another day. All right. Hey, it is 844-844-3388. Quick time out as we kind of head down the home stretch on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, who else we get to here? So I passed the message. He's going to have to address that one-on-one with you, Horse Feathers.
I want to know why you're putting words in my mouth there, Your Honor. I never mentioned the word scarecrow. I'm not like that Pappy guy out there that says don't be a scarecrow every day. I just said it's Casual Friday and you're not supposed to drive naked.
I guess that is true.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it says there. Yeah, Casual Friday doesn't mean... Okay. Sorry.
I never specified anybody in particular. There's a few out there. If they wanted to ignore that advice, I wouldn't mind having happen. But there's more out there that please take it to heart. I've been to that. I've been by that beach down there on, what is that, St. Martin Island down there? Is that the one we went to?
Yes.
They got that special beach out there that says that, no, put it back on, please. It's not the eclipse. We don't want to see it. But anyway. So, we just had this stable ad. Did that guy say something about using stable to help your engine? I thought I heard him say help your engine. I don't know. Maybe we better listen to it again.
Well, I mean,
but speaking of your ads,
it combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Recall at the same time. Yes, it does.
Yeah. Anyway. But your ads there, you did that one for the credit card deal.
Yes.
And listening on the phone through your thing there, it was all garbled and scrambled eggs and couldn't make anything out. So I turned the knob up on the radio, and it's crystal clear. Hear it absolutely perfect on the radio. So I got no idea what's up with these electronic devices. They're just crazy what goes on. So anyways, apparently reserved and what was the other word I told you about the fuel pump? Disabled reserved. Means the guy that runs the fuel desk didn't bother to show up. So they turned the pumps off. So if you have the ability to pay with your credit card or pay with an app, pay at the pump, you can't do that because they shut the pumps off because the clown that runs the fuel desk didn't bother to come to work.
Really?
How can you have a clown? How can you have a clown at a truck stop, a major truck stop chain that has 2 letters in its name, not bother to show up?
So in other words,
the other two people
was the entire fuel island shut down then, the whole thing?
Completely.
Really?
Completely. You could not get fuel at that 2-letter fuel stop.
Wow.
If you ran your card through the pump, if you had an app that gave you a serviceable number, because that's all I do. I just punch in a number and my phone number at the pump, and it opens the pump up. I pump my fuel, and I get a receipt in my email. I don't even have to go in the place anymore. So it makes it easy. But no, so when the last guy that ran the fuel desk went home, he turned the switch off because he didn't wait for his comrade to come in to relieve him. He just abandoned ship and turned the switch off. And apparently the people in the service department aren't qualified to run the fuel desk. And the guy that runs the little convenience store up at the other side of this place isn't qualified to run the fuel desk either or have the fuel pumps left turned on. So anyways, I actually called back because I was going past it to get what I had to do. I'm actually running incognito today. How can you be running incognito if you have a 53-foot billboard behind you, Your Honor? I got a drive. Do you know how big 53 feet is, Your Honor?
I sure do.
I can't see the end of this. I can't see the end of this stupid thing behind me. I don't even know where it is back there. It's somewhere back there. But so I'm incognito with a 53-foot, 13.6 high billboard that's wearing a dress. I swore I'd never pull a trailer wearing a dress, and here I am. I got one. Yeah, I don't know about this. Something's just totally wrong. And so, anyways, but to go on Sun Dunce's thing there, I'm going to need a wheelbarrow to take my money home from this load. So I guess I can't refuse too much. But anyways, so there's nobody to run the fuel desk. So on my way back, I do a little Google thing on my way back. I find the phone number to the 2-letter truck stop. I call it up. The guy answers it's the fuel desk. So I asked him if the pumps are operating. He says yes, and I chewed him up one side and down the other, and gave him a little case of the red rear end. And he's like, "Well, I'm the one that had to come in and fill in for the guy that didn't show up." I'm like, "Well, sorry, guess you shouldn't have answered the phone." But anyways, so So that 2-letter one in Harrisburg on 81, there's somebody there running the fuel counter now, so if somebody needs to stop and get fuel there, they can. Anyways.
Yeah.
But speaking of Pennsylvania, Your Honor.
Somebody who didn't show up, if they didn't notify, somebody's going to be out of a job, because you know how much money, just in a matter of how many hours of not being able to sell fuel, how many gallons did not get sold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The only thing was, it was like 2:30 in the morning, so it's not like, all the solar powered trucks were there trying to get fuel, standing 14 deep in line. But anyway, speaking of Pennsylvania, did you hear yesterday morning I-95 had another road closure, I-95 northbound in Pennsylvania?
Well, you sent me a link. Had a chase and shots fired at the end, or what was it?
Yeah, they had shots fired in the beginning down in Delaware, and the perpetrator, the suspect, the perp there, he wounded, jumped in a patrol unit, and took off with it. Raced out of Delaware up 95, crashing into other patrol units and causing all kinds of havoc on the highway. And he finally crashed up at exit, I believe it would be exit 3 or exit 4, US 322.
Wow.
Kind of where the Commodore Barry Bridge goes from 95 over into New Jersey, and caused a multi-hour road closure on I-95 there, because I got a text message from one of my other guys that was asking me for directions to get around it, so I got him around so he could get on up the road. But we were kind of worried of how long of a road closure was going to be, because the beginning of the week we had that oversize hit the bridge up at exit 26, which that road is still, I believe, is still closed there at exit 26. They still have that detour in effect, and so anyways, so with the eclipse there, that's supposed to happen, that totality thing there. That's supposed to be at like 3-something in the afternoon Eastern time, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So that's right about the first third of your napping time. Are you going to be napping? Or are you going to be groggy come midnight? Or are you going to take the night off?
I won't take the night
holiday?
off. I think I'll probably. I think it's going to be cloudy. I may not hop in the car to head over to Pappy's to get in the totality thing. He sent me a link that said, "Yeah, we're actually in. It's 99.9% totality." Where the secret bunker. Wow. That's how close it is, So, but either way, I'll get up for a couple hours and then go back to bed,
Yeah. So even with the being cloudy, we're still going to notice a difference in the daylight to darkness, aren't we?
Well, if you're if it is cloudy, if you're in the path of totality, yes, it will still get dark, just like it would otherwise. You're not going to be able to use your glasses to see the sun and the moon in front of it and all that. It's just
okay. So here's the all-important question: are all the state governments going to have emergency sessions that this totality happens in? Pass a law real quick that says if you're driving at the time of totality, you have to turn your headlights on because it's going to get dark. Like they tell you,
I think that's pretty much a no-brainer. Yeah. And don't park on the side of the road. Hey, we'll have an opportunity to talk a bit this on our Monday morning program, Eclipse Monday. That's when we'll be back for our next show. The midnight hour Sunday into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything